And I know in fairness,
I know.
the first time you do it, it's,
Yeah.
you think you've done it, but you haven't.
Well, I wasn't gonna drive all the way down there just to show him how to do it.
And so what is?
Those days are gone.
Is it?
So you have to.
I have, yeah.
What
We,
time did you get home?
I'll send it.
so we good to go? We don't have a quorum, do we?
I think we need one more.
Yeah, we need
and
one more. Trying to get
So
this moving so we,
Carolyn did say she was running late, so.
Well, she's driving in traffic. Good luck.
That's bad, huh?
Accident out there, isn't there?
I won't say it. I was gonna say something, but I won't.
I got 5:14.
It's a good day.
That's, every week song, it's a good day. No matter if it's raining or sunny,
Yeah,
gas tank's full or empty, it's a good day.
it's a good day. So you saw our crops up there, right? Have you been driven up there?
We came straight here, it's been a few weeks, so now I need to drive up there and look at it on the way.
It's all good.
But it's gonna, by the end of the.
You told me that, yeah,
fabulous,
yeah.
so.
And I wasn't trying to put pressure on you, it's just,
No, you weren't because you needed it.
yeah.
Now that we're sitting here,
But I have some youth groups that wanna,
something
they
like
wanna
that,
jump
yeah.
in and do whatever you can get them, allow them to do. In Rome, we did that, you know, we can talk about it during our time, so. Okay, we ready? We've got a quorum.
Yep.
Okay, we're starting our city council meeting, June 21st, 2021. And let's see, I'm going to offer an invocation, and then afterwards, Mike, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We just don't have scouts come anymore. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of, well, former scouts, you're still a scout. Once a scout, always a scout. So I'll go ahead and offer a prayer. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful this evening that we can gather together as a city council and as citizens. We're grateful for the privilege we have to live in this great land and this wonderful community. We pray this evening that as we discuss the affairs of the city, that we'll be open-minded, that we'll welcome conversation from our citizens, that we'll be able to discuss those issues before us and make decisions that will be beneficial for all. Once again, Father, we're grateful. We pray at this time that Thou would bestow more moisture upon us through this drought. The need is there, and through our faith and our desire to be able to water our crops and our lawns and make things beautiful, we pray that Thou would grant us moisture. And we pray for these things, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Will the audience please stand and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go ahead and do a roll call. And Jake, you want to start us off?
Jake Hoyt, present.
Randy Powell, present.
Jeff Acerson, present.
Van Broderick present.
Caroline, I think, will be late. I don't.
She is on her way.
Okay. And Mike, have we heard anything from him?
I have not.
Okay, well,
I'll
maybe.
text him right now. so.
All right, let's go ahead and review the minutes of June 7th, 2021. Any additions or corrections?
I had one correction. The Pledge of Allegiance was offered by Brian and not Mike. Oh, thank you. Last time, right? Yep. Mhm. That's all I saw.
I do have, I'm trying to think, it was on 14. It was the vote on the development.
Which page, Dan?
I'm getting there. Yes, page 14. I think we got the votes. Maybe they're not quite accurately recorded.
You're correct, they're not.
And so I think Councilmember Powell was nay and Councilmember Van Cherry was aye.
Yes,
It was a
Yep.
split.
you're correct. Good catch.
Andy will be happy about that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any other corrections? Okay, a motion be in order.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from City Council meeting of June 7th, 2021. 2021 with the corrections mentioned.
Thank you, Randy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jake. I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We'll turn the time over. I like that. That sounds kind of like a typical. Anyway, we'll let it go. We have representatives here from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And we've requested that you come and just kind of give us an update, and council may have a few questions. And we just want to be connected with this process to the degree that it's appropriate. And we welcome you and appreciate you taking some time to address us tonight.
Fabulous. Well, where would you like us to just sit?
Wherever you're comfortable.
Up at the microphone
Yeah.
is best so that the people online can hear. So.
Let me just say a couple words of introduction, then I'm going to pull in some of our staff here with us. My name's James Rich. I'm the senior project manager for the church for the Lindon Temple project, and grateful to be here tonight. With me, I have Brian Berry and Vince Olcott. Brian is our project architect, and Vince is our landscape architect, both from MHTN Architects in Salt Lake. And thank you, Mayor Acerson and council members, for having us here tonight. We have really enjoyed our opportunity to interact with the city so far on this project, and feel very welcomed, and some excitement in the community for this project to be here. We're also very excited, and I hope I can say this, but as we have planned and prepared this project, we've really felt the Lord's hand at work and helping guide us and prepare a project that we can feel good about, that will be a wonderful blessing to the members of the community, and that we hope will be as great for the community as it is for the church, and that there's a great partnership there with Lindon City. So at the request of the mayor and Mike Florence, we are privileged to be here tonight to answer any questions you have and just give you a basic rundown of the project. We're looking forward to a planning commission hearing in the coming month, where we hope the project will be approved, and we've been working diligently to try to make sure that we've got all the bases covered from a site plan and conditional use perspective, and obviously very much open to feedback that the staff review will have for us. The staff has been great to work with. You've got a great city and great people here, and we're grateful for that. So with that, do you have any preliminary questions before I turn the time over to our designers and let them just kind of walk us through a quick overview, and then we'll open up for questions again after that? Anything?
I think a good overview, and then we'll
Fabulous.
give you a few
Okay.
questions.
Well, Ryan, do you want to take over?
I'm just sorry you have to wear suits. I mean, it's so hot.
It's all right.
You
I'm
look
Ryan.
good. Yeah.
I'm Ryan Berry with MHTN Architects, and it's been great working on this project. Like James said, just an amazing process working through staff. Even before our application and now during our application process, they've just been amazing. They've held our feet to the fire. We're meeting all the requirements in the ordinance, and in some ways exceeding them. You can see we have just an excerpt of some of the imagery and elevations and plans from the application that we've submitted for site plan and conditional use permit. You can see the renderings of the temple. This is a fairly good sized temple. We call it a 450, meaning it has 4 ordinance rooms that seat 50 people in each room. 4 nice sized ceiling rooms. 2 entrances. There's an entrance that will face the north. That's the primary entrance for adult patrons, and an entrance on the south, which is the primary entrance for youth patrons. You can see we've got twin spires with no angel on either of them, and some beautiful stonework and art glass throughout the building.
The angel hasn't landed yet, right? No, I'm kidding.
No angels on this one. All the angels will be inside.
Yeah.
One of the things you'll notice is, and it develops more as you see the interiors, but we design specifically for the place in which the temple resides. We design for the people of this place, and so there are design elements based on the agrarian history of the city of Lindon, and also one of the things that you can't quite see in that art glass, but we have flowers from the linden tree. That's part of what we're representing in the art glass. Let's see, what else would you like to know? We can talk a little bit about the site, maybe, if we want to pan down, or if you have any questions, I'm happy to take questions as we go along. We also wanted to have a building that was stately, and you can see it's tall. It's a tall building, but that beautiful granite that you see there that reads as kind of gray will be likely as kind of a salt and pepper granite. We're looking at a few different sources, but very, very nice stone. Something that's definitely going to last for many, many generations.
You want to tell me when you want to go to the next slide?
Yeah, why don't we just skip ahead? I don't know if you're interested in the flat elevations. They're sort of boring compared to this beautiful, the photorealistic renderings. But if we look at the site plan, that's I think five pages in, we can get a little sense of, let's go one more so we see the trees. Okay. So here you can see the temple is in the center of that oval-shaped ellipse. And then we have a plaza on the north and a plaza on the south that lead into those two entrances. We have three entrances off of Center Street. One, the first entrance you come to is sort of at that western edge parking lot that we think will be primarily the overflow parking when things are busy. It's also, there's a little bit of extra parking in the stake center that's across the street. So on a really,
Chapel.
yeah, in that chapel, not a stake center, okay.
That happens to be my building, so.
Oh, okay. So on a very busy Saturday, maybe some cars will fill there, but we don't intend any street parking. There should be some signage that will go in to limit street parking. But you can see that elliptical shape allows for some really nice driveways lined with trees that allow people to park in shade, and it helps calm the traffic. There's a little maintenance building in the sort of lower left-hand corner of this image where we'll house some utility functions and groundskeeping shop. But in general, we just have that beautiful tall building right there in the center of that site with the walkways all around it. There's a bride's plaza on the west side, so east side, that so as couples emerge from the temple, there's a place to greet them, and hopefully in the shade when it's in the afternoon, so they're not too hot like on a day like today. And then just functionally, we have a little bit of a fire lane that we have to have on one side of the building, and that exists on the west side, but it's also beautifully landscaped so that there's it's not.
So on the elevation of that gathering place in the northeast corner,
Yeah.
I'm envisioning that, as brides and families gather there, they're wanting to take pictures and things of that nature. I'm sure you've kind of worked it out on elevation-wise that you can get the backdrop of the temple, and or if they can shoot up to the mountain, Timpanogos, you're going to be able to go both ways.
Yeah, and what's kind of nice is I think that aligns a little bit with Black Rock Canyon right there. So it does create a nice spot, and then it is elevated, right? Of course the site slopes up quite a bit, but there are some great opportunities, like you say, to get the temple in the background. And we wanted to create a nice little spot. If you're out on a walk, you can stroll around the temple grounds. There's a path that leads up to that little node in the corner. Lots of trees. We have trees scattered throughout the site. If you have questions about those, I'll let Vince answer. But I think the intent was that the street trees are linden trees.
I don't remember. We do have a linden tree actually around the temple itself.
We have,
a smaller linden tree that we can get.
And then, of course, beautiful landscaping. We want to be, we have exceeded the number of required trees on the site, but in a moderate way so that we're not going to waste too much water, but we do have some beautiful grounds there. And quite a bit of parking. I think we're just around 500 parking stalls on the temple site proper. Yeah, so on the western edge of the site, we have just that one western edge of the parking lot, which is adjacent to some residential lots. Right there, we have a solid concrete block wall to meet the ordinance to provide privacy and security for those folks. And then the rest of the fencing on all of the other sides will be a black ornamental iron fence with a few, masonry features along the northern edge along Center Street, particularly at the gates and entrance points. But for the most part, just that nice simple black ornamental fence will track all the way around the whole site. We do have a little area along the canal edge, it's sort of the middle edge of the site, where you can see our driveway gets fairly close to the canal as it curves around, where we'll have a little bit of retaining wall, maybe just 8 feet tall of retaining wall, just so that we can get that
Full use of the property.
Yeah, and that's held within. It's held actually within the property line quite a bit because there's an easement from the canal that we have to observe. So all of our fencing and that little bit of retaining wall that I mentioned on the east side of the site is all, roughly 20 feet from the property line in order to respect the easement of the canal company.
So have we had conversations with them?
We have, and we'll have continual conversations. There is a funny issue of how to manage the landscape between us and
Let's
the
try
path.
to make that work.
To make it and how costly to make it.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
We've got about several acres along there. We've got our easement, which is, our fence is inside the easement. So we got our little strip plus then their whole strip to the trail. When you add all that together, it's quite a bit of space, so.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I bring that up is, well, we've had this discussion, and as a resident, I'd like to see it blend as much as we can into the beauty of the landscaping there at the temple. And I think we can make that work. I'm hopeful we can. Because as I drive the pathway going up in different areas, there's some areas where that easement is there. You've got a lot of natural stuff, and it's, I think, a fire hazard. Yeah, it's really dry, and in people's backyards, if some kid or somebody just was negligent, you could start a fire just like that. So I'm looking both as a public safety as well as just beautification of the areas. So
Well, we're definitely cognizant of that. It's, as thinking to go out there now, it's looking pretty bad. But
it is. That's my point.
How it could get out of hand, and I don't think any of us want that to be a blight or an unsightly situation. I mean, it obviously would be no worse than it is now, but given what we're putting in there,
Yeah.
it'd be more important for it. That's what we're trying to figure out. What's the proper blend for that?
Us as a city, if we can weigh in on that with the canal company and be of support to that, please allow us to do that.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I don't know. Any questions, any thoughts about the site or the temple? We're happy to answer anything. If you want to talk about plants, Vince is the guy. I don't know. They're green and they're beautiful.
I have a couple
He designs
questions.
a nice landscape.
He does a great job.
I don't know if you I don't know if to say brethren or gentlemen, but if you could answer, this is a question that I get the most often, I'm sure many of us do, is you know that why no angel? Just curious, not complaining, just looking for information to disseminate.
It's an interesting question, and as you know, traditionally, we have put angels on many churches, temples over many decades. And the trend recently has been to shy away from that. Most of the new temples now are not being designed with an angel Moroni. Some of the bigger, we have one bigger plan than this, it's the 480 that's going in Saratoga and Lindon and down in St. George. Those are some of the very last ones with Moronis, and most of the new ones, or all of the new ones currently are not. So
It's just a
it's
shift.
change in focus, a shift in focus by church leadership a little
Okay.
bit to get a different focus.
I was just hoping that my version of what I was telling people matched yours, and it does, so
It does.
just,
Okay, well,
okay.
good.
I'm good. I don't have to repent on that one, or correct. The buildings that are on there, the two homes, are they going to be, some of the last ones to be removed? Are you going to be using those as some sort of a work site, or those are just,
We're planning to we've taken 2 down, we're
Right.
gonna take the other 2 down. They were supposed to come down this summer. So I think we're really close. There was an issue with one of the tenants in trying to accommodate, their presence there for a little bit longer than we had
Okay.
initially anticipated, but the plan is to take all those homes down.
before you start into construction? Yeah, okay, and then, can you fill us in on your timeline? Different points. So I'm kind of asking the bigger questions that we keep getting
So
asked.
we hesitate to make any sort of public announcement before
Really
it's time to
broad.
make the public announcement. But when we released the rendering, which has been now a month or so, that sort of signifies that the initial concept designs were approved through the church leadership bodies, and we kind of cleared that major hurdle. Once we know exactly what it looks like and what the character of the building is going to be, you go to the real work, and these guys will tell you of drawing everything and creating a custom set of construction drawing, which this is the only temple like this. This is the first of its kind.
Oh.
So it's not one we can reuse, right? It's a completely custom building. So that takes a good 6 to 9 months to prepare adequate sets of construction drawings. Right? Anything to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, the goal of the church and the goal of the construction team and design team is to begin work as soon as possible, right? We want to begin as soon as possible. We want to build as quickly as we can. And so, you know, there are hopes for getting started in the ground as soon as we can. I wouldn't dare say a date because I don't want to.
That was very nicely said.
And I, yeah,
But establishing expectations, if you can do the math on what we just said, I mean, you're probably looking into 2022. And if everything goes well, we'll see a start in 2022, and hopefully earlier rather than later.
okay,
So, but,
broad but
when we're-
specific at the
When
same
we're ready
time.
to announce it, usually you'll see an official groundbreaking date announced anywhere between 2 and 4 months before we're really have nailed down the date. That's when they'll make a public release for that date.
Also, on that bridal area, on the northeast side, is that going to have some sort of a pavilion or any kind of a shelter on that? Do you anticipate that?
No, it's just a plaza with landscaping, nothing overhead.
Thank you. And then another question, because that church on the north side of Center Street is a building that I am in currently. Questions are, will there be any updating to surfaces of the street because you might be using it for parking or that kind of thing?
You mean the services of the?
I'm sorry, of the
lot?
parking lot or,
That's a great question. Possibly, the church meeting house group is a completely separately managed group from the special projects group, which builds the temples, and of course we interact, especially when we have a project like this that's really near a chapel. Oftentimes there will be some updates done if it's in bad shape for a chapel that might serve as an overflow to the temple. There's no specific plans at this time
Okay.
to do that, and of course we couldn't commit to anything, but it's possible. That could serve, as Ryan said, we have 500 and some odd spaces for this site. In the most busy times, it's
Some
conceivable
additional.
that you might have bleed into that parking lot, might have to have overflow parking there, but that would be rare, I think.
sure. Well, I appreciate you indulging me with all my questions.
That's where you go to church, huh?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Well, maybe you can walk here.
Yes, oh, yes. Well, my home's a little further and I'm a little bit
Okay.
challenged walking, but I do have my golf cart, so
There you
maybe
go,
I'll have
there
a
you go.
better parking for that.
How many levels? Do we know that yet
Okay,
within the?
So it is 3 floors above grade, and then 1.5 below grade. There's the basement level, and then we have a sub-basement level where the font is located in a mechanical space.
Is there a tunnel specifically to Randy's house that she could use with the golf cart?
I'm a little far, but just one
We
font,
considered
is
that
that
one.
correct?
I bet it was on the drawing.
But just one font, correct?
No,
Oh, okay,
if you look at our
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
basement
didn't mean to jump
plan,
in on you.
This is one of the new style of temple that has 2 baptistries in it.
I was gonna save that as a zinger for the end, but that's a really important element that you guys have in this community. It's something we have not done a lot of, but the youth have been utilizing the baptistry so extensively, especially across the Wasatch Front. Like, how do we handle that? And I'm sure that this area is very similar to that. So this is the solution that we're working on.
So you can see here on this plan, north is to the right. And so as youth come in the south entrance, they'll come down that stair that's in the top left corner and then into a lobby that then they'll be directed either to the East Baptistry or the West Baptistry. You can see there's a complete set of changing rooms, both male and female, a chapel, and then 2 confirmation rooms for each baptistry. So in a very busy time, they can operate a single baptistry. Very busy mornings, they can operate both baptistries. And then along with that is, extra large clothing issue and a very, very big laundry to accommodate all of that clothing. So.
So sorry to jump on you.
No, that was my question, and I'm excited about that. I had hoped I'd heard about Salt Lake. And
It'll be fun. It's designed to handle big groups of 30 to 40 kids. Many, many groups. You can fit 30 kids in the chapel. You can fit 30 kids in a baptistry. You can have 30 moving through the locker rooms and getting clothing at any time. So there's capacity to handle quite a few big youth groups.
You use the term custom temple. Is there something else that would be unique to this temple that would be something you could share?
When I use that term, I use that because the church has announced mini temples in recent years. And in the past, we might have designed a completely custom floor plan and temple for every location. In order for us to move as quickly as we are moving and do as much volume as we've been doing, we are reusing a number of our standard floor plans and developed some standards. They look very different, and for someone who doesn't know that they're the same, they might not quite realize it's the same, but we have a lot of floor plans we have several floor plans that are reused to various projects. This one, because of its unique situation with the 2 fonts, with the area, with the fact that this size temple, the plan that had been used elsewhere was in Orem. And we weren't gonna put the exact same temple in Lindon as in Orem, so this one was a new custom plan. That's what I was referring to. So unique floor plan, unique design, everything about it is unique.
Does Orem have 2 baptistries?
Does not.
Does not.
is there a fist bump there?
Be careful, they'll take it away.
Hey, what material is this up on the spires?
Okay, so that will
That's
be
so cool.
Yeah, that'll be aluminum. It'll be a painted or patinaed aluminum.
Cool.
Typically, yeah. We're still studying materials a little bit, but we give sort of a hint to it that it would be an aluminum prefabricated spire. Those are nice if we can build them on the ground and then lift them into place. The tip of the finial there, if I'm not mistaken, is at 208 feet. Or 204. Just a little above 200.
This is just way exciting, I gotta say. Couldn't be more thrilled.
Same height?
They are the same height. In these sort of perspective views, because you never really see it straight on, they could sort of look maybe different. And one of the things that's interesting, we did lots of studies of what those towers could or should be. And one of the things that we have, because it's oriented north-south, and from the west side, if you can imagine from the freeway, seeing this temple on the hill, we wanted it to look, sort of equal and balanced from that far distant view. So yeah, it's really fun.
Other questions?
Yeah, I would do one more from an ecclesiastical side of things, as we have the opportunity to work with young single adults, not hypothetical there. Looking for when the rendering came out, huge excitement. What types of things can we expect, or where can we go to be kind of part of the process? and I will use the term, this is being built in our ward boundaries. So that is just super exciting, and how to capture that from a spiritual side, not necessarily from a construction side. And landscaping, no offense, as a contractor, I love all that too.
Well, so to be a part of the process, right, for all of these temples that we're building, we have missionaries, a couple missionaries assigned to the site. And they are housed at the site, they're there every day, they have visitors, temporary visitor centers set up, and in other places we have really active participation in that from the young single adults. So they can help with the missionaries there, they can visit, they can bring friends. We also have a lot of service, but Layton, the young single adult stake, constantly brings lunches to the workers, and it's fabulous, and it's a really wonderful way to connect with those building the temple, and frankly help those who are building the temple be exposed to the church, because many of them are not members of the church. So we try to acknowledge and promote the spiritual nature of the delivery of the project, because the community always gets so excited and is very much a part of having it built in your ward, like you said. So we encourage participation from the community, interaction with the missionaries, and opportunities to serve on the site, and those things connect us with the community. Does that address your
When are
question?
those missionaries in place?
When are they in place?
When would they be?
So when we come to break ground on the site is when they'll come, and when we get the construction site set up. It's generally the case that a few weeks before the official groundbreaking, we'll get, our job site trailers and offices for the missionaries all set up. But it will be right there close to the construction start, where all of that will get underway.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's just a tremendous amount of excitement in, if I can just relate a little bit of what happened in Rome when we were there. We actually held a youth conference that covered a lot of the region of Italy. And the stake president at the time was President DeFeo, who's the general authority in the area presidency. And my wife reached out to him and said, we have these young people here. They would love to do something. And it had not officially been announced that the temple was going to go there. And he was gracious enough and said, well, we're going to do a cleanup project. And so they all came, they cleaned up, and then we had a luncheon for them, and then a testimony meeting right there, what ultimately became probably where the baptismal font is right now. So the youth they felt very connected, kind of out ahead of what was going to happen, and yet felt a vital part of what was going on. So I appreciate the church allowing those things to happen, because, it's not just building a temple, it's building a heritage, or at least a memory that will be something that will continue to bless people's lives for a long, long time. So, and I've had several youth groups reach out to me, not that I have any say or whatever, but we want to serve, we want to do something. So if you'll, which it sounds like you're going to accommodate that, we just want to funnel that in a positive way and make good things happen. So thank you.
Thank you. We love that. We love to have folks in the community involved and to serve both in construction and leading up to it. We'll have some more cleanup projects to do on site.
Well, that's the point.
When we get underway. So.
And I have some groups that have said, we'll do anything. So if they can help, they'd love to help. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
So for the council members, just an FYI, this only goes to the planning commission. Mike told me the expectation is that would likely be on July 13th. So they would go to the planning commission for a site plan, subdivision plat, and conditional use permit. So.
And we're excited for the planning commission to have that opportunity. I just didn't want them to feel left out. So I want everyone to have the opportunity to appreciate it. So it's,
yeah.
so.
Encourage the planning commission to be enthusiastic too.
Oh, they will.
Got a great.
Are you all aware that we now have on Center Street leading up to the temple, there's a 150-year-old tree thereabouts. It's been completely lit up really beautifully, and its nickname is the Tree of Life. on Center Street,
How far down do I don't think we're.
just a
aware of
couple
that.
blocks.
Yeah, it's probably a block and a half down.
Is it 556?
It's there at the.
It's right there at the
Beautiful
Walker
event
Farm.
center, Walker
Yeah.
Farms, it's a renovated
I
farm.
mean, it is lit
event
up
center.
at night.
So,
Fabulous.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Love big trees.
yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate you coming. I mean, I don't want you to feel left out. Are you good?
I'm good.
I know you're gonna do a marvelous job and make everything green and beautiful and with as little water as needed, right?
That's what we're working on.
Yeah.
Tell you what, and that landscape is an important design that makes or breaks it. We rely heavily on fence to take care of that, so.
Well,
What you said is exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah, there was a grove of olive trees over in Rome that they put in boxes and saved them. Some of them were replanted, and that's very unique to the area. It's magnificent. Of course, you've been to Rome, haven't you?
I have never been to Rome.
Oh,
I wish, one day.
it was an incredible what they did there. I mean, and obviously, but this is gonna be equally as incredible, so thank you.
See what history says about this one.
Thank you. And please reach out. Mike will help in any way you can, and the Plan Commission, I'm sure they'll be as excited about it as well, so, thank you.
Greatly appreciate the enthusiasm of the community. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Okay, let's do council reports. Mike, you want to start?
I'll be a part of it. Sure. Nothing much happening. I got a call, oh gosh, I remember when it was. It was Saturday night, I think. I was in the line at Macy's. Short pants, knock-around shirt. Getting ready to do a Dutch oven dinner and barbecue for some friends of ours. Just got off a mission. I got a frantic call from Eric Larson saying I needed to be at Hoppas for a ribbon cutting. And so when I got there, I felt terribly underdressed until I saw all the Hawaiian people. Then I felt right at home. So I made a brief but heartfelt speech, cut the ribbon, and excused myself, and went home and did my thing. So, but it was well attended. So
Thank you for doing that. I was halfway up to Salt Lake when he called me, and I said, I'm sorry, I can't make it.
oh no, that's fine.
So,
It worked out just great. So. Well, just more, again, I've been out of town. We just got back this afternoon late, but the director of the Solid Waste District still would like to set a meeting with you and with Adam to talk about the future of the transfer station, and we're undertaking a master plan. We're just getting ready to award the bid. We've got our bids in, so we'll review those, and then more to come on that. So I think that's all. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Jake?
Just a few announcements from Heath. You can see our pool is up and running. It's going well. Parks and Rec is leading out on our water conservation efforts, and we appreciate them and know that we'll have further discussion on that. Did have an opportunity to attend both Orem and Pleasant Grove, our sister cities' town celebrations, and looking forward to Lindon Days. In both scenarios, it appeared that, especially in the parades, that they weren't quite sure with COVID whether they should throw candy, whether they shouldn't. And so I think my advice is let's be very clear, let's be very open, let's go all in, let's not, let's tell them exactly what the rules were. It was almost a little bit awkward at the Summerfest parade. You know, some people were trying to sneak passing candy. So anyways, looking forward to Lindon Days as it's quickly approaching. That's all I had.
Okay, Randy?
Thank you, Mayor. To that, I remember how many, I don't know, who has tennis elbow from last year still from throwing candy from Lindon Days? That's all we did was throw candy for Lindon Days. So hopefully we've set a good precedent that it's okay. We just need to let our people on the parade know it's okay, right? As far as Historical Commission is trying to get up and going after COVID. So they have had a few meetings, and we're looking forward to another one in July. And so thankfully they're kind of off and going again. As far as some of the other responsibilities I have, I think my biggest concern, of course, we've all been so concerned about the water and some of the issues with our wells and pumps. And I know we'll probably discuss that a little bit more. And then of a situation with the depth of our staffing and some of the holes that we've had. I have concern and that we have tried to be so lean in this city, Mayor. We're so good at being lean, but I have to wonder if we need to maybe let staff let us know where if they have some additional needs to bring to us before we do a budget kickoff next year, that maybe we address some of those things that either something that's really imminent as a possibility, or 5-10 years that there's something that we might need to look at as a council, that we need to put either more redundancy or a little bit more breathing room for them to have more staffing available to them. I know that we've got departments that are very thin right now, so I hope that maybe we could look at that as a possible discussion item for us at sometime in the near future.
Sounds great.
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, Carolyn?
Yes. So just a couple days ago, the Oak Canyon YSA single adults did some awesome service in our city. Several dump truckloads of wood chips were just dumped at a couple parks, and they raked them all in and brought them all in, and then they laid sod over at the pool where those foundations had been built up. And I think Van is the one that helped line that up, so kudos to Van on that.
No, it's Alan helped, and he reached out.
Okay, great. Well, they
And our ward
worked
got
hard.
invited. There were 4 young single adult wards that participated in
They did an
that.
amazing job, and they were quick, and so I took some pictures, and anyway, over at the pool right now, they did the foundations on the new slide that's getting installed, and so they helped put the sod back. There's a really great sign there at the pool showing what's coming, and Alan gave me a little tour. Alan has been spectacular getting the pool up and going, and he mentioned that Randy said, hey, we should really do a bigger sign here to kind of show what a cool amenity is coming, so that was a great idea. Randy, I think he's going to work on that, but we all should go check it out.
There are good signs there showing multiple ones showing what's coming.
Yeah. And then also I attended the emergency drill meeting, preparedness meeting hosted by our staff, Kelly, this week. And she's trying to get some more things organized around our CERT training, around ham radio operators. There was a number of things that were discussed, as well as our upcoming 9/11 drill that we do annually. Lindon tends to do an awesome job with that, but there's always things that we can improve. One of the things that was brought up was Lindon has not had its own CERT training class for over 10 years, I believe, at this point. And so that's something that was asked was, could we at some point consider helping funding that a little bit? Those are individuals that are specifically trained in an emergency or disaster with some very important skills, and they're kind of on the ground people. And I think she'll be coming and hopefully talking to us some more about that. Pickleball kicked off, staff pickleball. Van is a serious pickleball player, very good one. You probably might have noticed the Pure Pickle there's a company that's looking to present an indoor pickleball court on State Street for the Planning Commission at their next meeting. Very interesting. Pickleball continues to be very popular and going well. Pleasant Grove just completed their courts down the road. So anyway, that's going great. And then the Lindon Days, Heath has some things that we chatted about coming up. Heath, do you have time tonight to talk about some of those things? Specifically, some of the events that are going to be modified for water conservation. And then he also has a question about the route we may use. They're looking to change our parade route. Okay.
Just briefly, we met as a staff today, and we're going to forego the huck fin fishing event due to water conservation, although it would be easy to justify that water coming out of the canal and going back into the canal a little bit lower. We don't want to have anybody wondering why we're wasting water when we're being serious about drought. So we'll do an event at that park that's more like we're calling it Huck Finn Fun. We'll have some games and maybe the magnet on a string fishing over a curtain or something like that, something to keep it fun. And then also, we have done away with our another water event, which is the foam event, the foam party. It's just smart to do away with it this year. But we were talking in depth today. Jamie is the contact in my staff for the parade this year, and she was wondering how the council would feel about changing the parade route, perhaps down the center street to 400 to 400, down to 200, and then maybe ending a little bit further away. We got such a rousing thank you for coming out and seeing the different people last year. A lot of people were disappointed we didn't keep with it, going with the mobile parade. And so I just maybe...
So we're not going mobile parade?
We are
We're
not.
going regular parade?
Regular parade. I have my chagrin about that, but in the beginning I said, let's just go back to normal, so that's where we went. A lot of people are interested in that, and I would like to maybe in a future meeting or future time, an update, just present a map to you and see how you feel about it. Not anything that needs to be decided tonight, but we're, 8 weeks out, so a little bit less than that.
Then another point that we chatted about was adding a community concert on Sunday
Yes.
evening and how to
Yeah,
fill
how do
that.
we brought back the horse ride that Shawnee and Floyd Harward are working on with Don. They've contacted Don, and he did it for so many years and picked his brain about it. And that's the Saturday prior, worked best. So that left us with a Sunday, and one of my staff went to the concert in the park in Strawberry Days last week and really enjoyed the atmosphere. And we wanted to know how you felt about maybe adding something really low-key and casual in the park under the trees on Sunday.
And we had talked about either bringing in a band, or maybe even having a talent night where local community members could be featured.
Something just really
Yeah.
fun and low-key, you
Yeah.
know, not rock and roll band, and not a band that costs more than $100 or $200, something very low-key. But I wanted to make sure that you were all feeling okay about that before and we're not begging for a new other event, but it might be nice to just have something Sunday evening to keep people in the mood for Monday. Are there any opinions about that? I might be able to.
Thoughts on that?
Low key. I know that we used to do something that was I don't know what the right term is, but it was a little bit more citizenship, patriotic, spiritual kind of thing on Sunday nights. They used to hold that out at Oak Canyon years and years ago for
Patriotic on a Sunday evening,
Okay.
community,
good for
family
consideration.
friendly. One other thing, Heath, you want to mention, we talked about how James Lawrence has just completed, Iron Cowboy did a pretty amazing feat, the 100, Iron
100 Ironman events.
triathlon, and he did 101.
101, yeah.
And he's our own homegrown Lindon. So featuring him as part of Lindon Days and sort of what we're experiencing this year, Heath had a great idea on that, because we already have the Allreds potentially.
Yeah, we
That's
need to
our-
contact Ran and Kathy Allred again to be our grand marshals. We set them up to go this year. But we were thinking about maybe having a Citizen of the Year in conjunction with Lindon Days. And we thought it might be nice to just kind of have that person involved too and in the parade. And I don't know how we just decide here, really. The council would decide who to recognize
I
as a
think that'd
Citizen
be a
of the
great way
Year.
to bring him in.
Yeah.
I think he should be recognized.
Good.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I just had one other thing was this Monday evening, so the Pleasant Grove Lindon Joint Chamber of Commerce is having a concert in the park with food trucks Monday night here in Lindon. And Heath, have they coordinated with you on that, the Chamber of Commerce event? Okay.
Which Monday is that?
He said it's coming up this Monday, the 28th. Have you heard anything more about it? Okay, I'll get Eric to,
And I have called.
okay, you just guys haven't, okay. That was supposed to be on the calendar, so we'll double check where that's at. Maybe do a non-emergency announcement if possible with that. Okay, if it happens. That's all I have, thank you.
Okay, Van?
This is a term I'm probably making up, but understand that at the Pleasant Grove Parade with Strawberry Days, it was crashed. The parade with an unauthorized truck going through with the Dixie flag, and so I'm curious what types of things, or maybe we to be thinking, how do we control that? I mean, who would think that in today's day and age you would even think about something like that or need to, but.
A couple of years ago, we had an application from, Brian and I were just speaking of it, from the Sons of the Confederate Soldiers. And they were the ones that in Pleasant Grove were flying their Confederate flag, to which Thurl Bailey sent that Snapchat out to everybody saying, I can't believe we got people flying the Confederate flag. They were in Pleasant Grove Parade.
Yeah, they were the last entrance and they were on the.
They were legit in
They were
that, because
legit.
a
They
lot
were
of social
on the
media
program.
thinks it's not.
Well, the last entry on their program said that it wasn't the Sons of the Confederacy, but it was the Mountaintop Graves or something along those lines, so they
So
were.
if they did crash it, somebody could potentially crash ours. However, when I send them down the parade route, I put the police right after my last float. And I send an officer down very last for me, so they'll have to be behind the police cruiser to make that statement or that stand. But I made mention that we're not going to go down any of those political roads, and I don't think the Sons of the Confederate Soldiers will ever contact me again because they were so mad at me and threatening to sue, and they can't. I have an alert attorney on retainer, he'll take care of that. But we're just trying to be careful of who comes in, and I personally am the one saying, this is the last one. Officer Welker, would you follow this one? So we'll just have to watch it.
But you vet all of your applicants very well, not just, like you say, Brian, that whatever the name was, then to find out really what that organization stands for?
They're supposed, on the application, they report who they are, what they represent, if they need music, or if they're going to fly flags or banners. That's the same thing as the political one. If there's a question with it, we don't allow it. And we will call them back and do some double checking. If they crash the party, that's another story.
Sounds like you're prepared though, so just interesting. That was new type of information to me, yes.
We still prohibit political
We do.
entries, is that correct?
We prohibit political.
They're welcome to walk down the sides, but not an official entry in the parade, so. That was done
Years ago.
15 years ago, probably.
One last question. I received a call from some citizens on political type signs that are still out at the national level with some language that they found offensive. What type of ordinances do we have?
Not many. Political statement is the ultimate free speech statement, and there's not much that we can do. They can leave those flags, those types of signs out on their private property anytime they want to, basically. And any ordinance that we would try to draft that might regulate the content of the speech, we could shut down like that. There have been a number of cities who have tried to put restrictions on that. There was a case out of Colorado, I think it was Colorado a few years ago, that set some pretty strict precedents that we cannot regulate the content of signs.
It's on private property though,
On
right?
private property.
On public property,
Public property,
we
that's
can,
different.
we
That's
can take
right.
care of it, yeah.
Right, but if people want to put signs in their front yard,
Yeah.
expressing a political opinion or position, there's nothing that we.
Even
can do.
with offensive terms, one way or the other?
Right.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll respond to them.
Yeah, there's some, obscenity standards, but those have been knocked down over the years that it would be very, very difficult for us to enforce anything because somebody might claim that that's offensive language. So, but, I don't know, maybe I could look at it if it's too out there. That would be a tough one.
Okay,
That's it. Thanks.
okay, Adam.
A few things, just, I think everybody's aware, but we did have Gerald Hinckley withdrew from the election, and we were able to catch that. Kathy was scrambling at the last minute. It was actually beyond the withdrawal date, but they hadn't printed the ballots yet, and we got those stopped, and so that would have been the trigger where we would have been charged for that primary. So, so no primary election was needed due to the limited number of candidates for the open seats. So we will only just have the general election. And then we are looking at Thursday, October 14th for the Meet the Candidates night. And that would be kind of our traditional question and answer opportunity. Let's see. Just a reminder, I sent out an email last week on that firework restrictions. I've had a couple phone calls and a few inquiries online about banning citywide. That hasn't come from any city council members, but we have had questions from citizens. Brian and I, we've relooked at the state codes. There's been a few cities that it's come out in the news that they have banned fireworks citywide. And we've looked at those cities and we feel like they have some justification to do that based on vacant open lands around some of their cities or the amount of vegetation or things. As Brian relooked at our current policies in place and our maps, we feel like we would probably be hard pressed to ban citywide with fireworks. And so we're probably at about what we can do with our current state legislation. So is that fair, Brian? Okay. We were planning a future discussion on secondary watering coming up in July, but just given some of the situations with our water maintenance needs, with some of our operations, we'll have more discussion here tonight on the agenda. But Juan is actually out of town, and I do want to have him come back and talk with you more in July in addition to what we'll discuss tonight. So, and then I just want to thank Kristen and Rebecca, our treasurer and finance director. They've been putting in loads of time with the loss of our utility clerk, even something that we would think is a no-brainer as far as getting utility bills out. They've picked up a lot of that slack and put in a lot of time and effort to try to hold things together. We are really stretched, more so than we would have ever imagined. And so, and our water department as well. We had a break Friday night. We had another break today. And then on top of all of the issues that they're dealing with on secondary, we just have aging infrastructure. And I had a comment from one of the water division staff. He used to work at Saratoga Springs and told me a couple weeks ago, he's like, I've had more breaks here in Lindon in 6 months than I had in 9 years at Saratoga. And I said, well, that's a brand new community, so you don't have pipes that are 40 or 50 years old. And he kind of said, yeah, but I'm tired and I'm having a hard time wanting to come to work. And so those are some of the issues that maybe Randy was hinting towards. We're worried about burning the candle on both ends in several areas with our employees and staff. And so adding new programs or trying to accomplish new development and things is a struggle right now. So we'll talk more about that.
Soon, please.
Yes. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I check the, not daily, but almost daily, the water retaining up there on the east side on 140 North, and I was pleasantly surprised to see the level was up good. I mean, it was up at a nice level, so hopefully we're getting ahead of it just a tiny bit. I don't know. I know they had a break up there as well that was handled pretty timely or quickly, so just express our appreciation to each of them and tell them help is on the way, we hope. We'll have that discussion, see what we can do. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Okay, open session. Anyone here to address the council on a topic that's not on the agenda tonight? Not seeing anyone, okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 8, which is a public hearing. And we need to open a public hearing.
I make a motion to open a public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Van, a second by Jake. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are now in a public hearing.
So on this item, we are only required to take public comment. There's no motion, no decision made. This is just, this is three of the individual mailers that were sent out to all of our Lindon City utility customers. We are required to notice our utility customers of any fund transfers that we're making to cover administrative type fees. All of our enterprise funds are standalone entities that essentially contract with the city for services like finance, administration, HR, those types of things. And so this is the transfer amounts were advertised and published and sent around the community. We've put it on social media and a lot of different avenues as required by state code. So any questions on this before you take comment?
It seems like our percentage has gone down dramatically as we've talked over the years, and is that an accurate remembrance of mine?
I think it has. In some years, it's because it's a percent of expenditures. The expenditures may go up, but a couple of years ago, we did decrease the amount, the percentage amount that was going.
Is there a max amount, percentage or dollar-wise, that we can?
We just have to justify it. You know,
Yeah.
Okay. Questions, council? We good? Public comment? Please come up to the mic and state your name and address, please, for the record.
Aaron Davidson, 38 South, 400 West in Lindon. I may have some things wrong, but when I looked at this, I viewed it as you're taking funds that are collected as fees and moving into funds that are typically raised through taxes. Fees are not tax deductible, taxes are tax deductible, so you're basically increasing taxes on the residents by overcharging on a utility that is classified as a fee. So I would rather see apples treated as apples, oranges as oranges. And if you need some more taxes, you need to raise taxes so that we can deduct them off of our personal taxes and not take a service that is overpriced. If you're collecting too much in fees, then maybe you need to look at reducing our water bill, our sewer bill, and collecting it in other areas. You've got the fiduciary responsibility of the stewardship over these funds, and you're moving them from us as residents, from fees that you're charging to taxes. So I'm not really sure that that's legal. You probably have to ask council that. And some of the reasons you're giving is, I guess there were 3 different ones on this.
Sorry, this is just it went to the printers as 3, so you received 1. These are all duplicates.
Okay,
They're all the same.
Okay, yeah. You say dividends are used in general fund to offset what would otherwise could be significant increase in property tax rates or fees. My property taxes from 2019 to 2020 went up 15.3% by $190. Now I know the city doesn't receive that whole $190, but it receives some of it. So you're basically increasing my taxes $6.23 based upon these percentages that you used in here, times 12, $75 a year. I'd rather take that as a tax deduction rather than increasing my fees, keeping my fees for my water bill high. So that's kind of my statement. I think fees should be used for what fees are designated for, and taxes should be used what taxes are used for. So I disagree with moving those funds from the fees to the general fund.
Comments? I mean,
Just a couple points of clarification. It is legal. There's some very strict state guidelines that require things like this notice that was sent out. Every city that I'm aware of in the state of Utah does something similar if they have their own enterprise funds. And That's probably all I needed to
They
address.
do it, but
so.
is it the right way to do it?
That's a great philosophical question that
Yeah,
the city council.
you make a good point. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, is it a fee service or, you know, then that's something that we can discuss as a council if we want to look at it differently, so.
Also, just for clarification, you had mentioned the property taxes. So Lindon has only raised its property taxes once in 2009 for the last 30 years. So any increase that you saw was from other taxing entities such as the school district. So
Or based on just valuation of homes?
if your valuation went up, our rate actually is supposed
It
to go
goes down.
down
to meet
so
that.
that you are not increased.
It's supposed to stay neutral unless we impose an increase, and we haven't.
Okay.
I
But
appreciate
that's-
your comments,
yeah.
though. I've philosophically looked at this as well, and I think where I get there is, if this water fund was its own business, it would need a receptionist. It would need someone to do the QuickBooks on it. It would need, we would pay, if my business was Water Fund LLC, I would pay several employees or third parties to do that work. It needs to be done as part of a normal business, if Water Fund LLC. The way we do that, we use economies of scale. We have one secretary, one accountant who's sitting there behind you who works for essentially Water Fund LLC, Sewer Fund LLC, and we need to pay her. And so what we're doing is, rather than hiring an accountant, a receptionist, specific items that can be shared across that, because I understand your concern. That's how I wrap my head around it, is if that we're paying for those costs that are actual costs, and that's where that transfer is coming from. The general fund is paying those, it's a reimbursement of that, of those expenses. And we've had this conversation several times with staff. We need to make sure that those are legitimate and as close as we can be to real actual costs. Now, can we be exact 100%? I don't think we can. I don't expect that from staff. But for us to get up here and tell you, hey, we need to transfer these from those funds, I think we need to try to be as close as we possibly can to saying, yes, Kristen spent several hours on the water fund, then she spent several more hours on the sewer fund. She spends that time in accounting, or whether it's the receptionist down at Public Works that's being paid from these different areas, administrative costs that are real costs, and we're trying to be true to that and be true to the citizens as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now, you also mentioned that there's the water pipes that are needed to be replaced. I would not mind that money being used for water pipe repair rather than coming from a general fund. Because if it were a private company, that private company would have to maintain those water lines. So why not keep those funds in there where they're supposed to be and used toward increasing or enhancing the
Maintenance.
Pay for capital
Maintenance.
improvements.
Yeah. And I think we are trying to build up those funds with the idea that we do have maintenance going in the future. And once again, that's all a process of engineering and going through and doing the calculations. And, you know, when we impose an increase in our water rates or sewer rates, it's based upon an analysis that they do, because we don't want a huge one. We want a kind of pay as we go kind of a thing. And sometimes we estimate well, and sometimes we underestimate. So I don't know that we're going to answer your question the way you want to have it answered, but I hope you understand the process we go through, and
I just don't want it to be rationalized.
Right.
I mean, there has to be some philosophical reason.
Yeah.
Because you're taking fees and using them for tax purposes.
Right.
And that takes away my ability to reduce my taxes through tax deductions. So I'd rather see fees used for fees and taxes used for tax purposes.
Point well made. So, okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more public comment?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Motion.
Randy has it.
Okay, by Van, second by Randy, all in favor?
Aye.
There's no action that we need to take, right? That's just received on that mailer. Okay. Okay, we have another public hearing.
Make a
Item number
motion
one.
to open a public hearing.
Thank you, Van. Second by Carolyn. Did
Yes.
I hear that? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're, Kristen, this is the yeah, there you go, budget. Now, are you on the water fund now, or are you on the sewer, or no? And I understand that. I mean, it's, you know, it's a way that we try to use our resources the best way we can to kind of divide up those costs.
And it's equipment, it's buildings, it's all
Yeah.
of that overhead that we look at.
Public
and
safety.
So there's a lot and
Yep.
to put together on those
Yeah.
estimates, and so.
It seems like we have this conversation every year, and we do our best to try to feel like that number is absolutely justified with different expenses, so.
I think that's why it's great that we have that conversation, to make
Yep.
sure we're checking ourselves.
It's
and-
wonderful.
Yep.
Okay. Nice picture. I wonder if that pumping system is as clean as it looks there.
I know.
It was at
Yeah.
one time.
Oh, and I can't see the mouse.
You know what, I don't know what it's doing. Anybody have an idea on why the mouse wouldn't be showing up on that screen? No, let me drive it for you. Or, yeah. Sorry, I don't know why it's doing that today, so. Just tell me when.
So we have been here before, this fiscal year and in preparation for the next fiscal year. So we're gonna review where we are, talk about the fee schedule changes, estimated revenues and expenditures, and fund balances. So this is the final budget, and you can go ahead and, yeah. The economy was expected to decline with COVID-19, but it didn't really impact. Between 2020 and 2021, our sales tax increased about 18.7%, and building permit revenue 52.7% increase. And the economy is expected to continue growing, probably not at this dramatically. We're estimating a 4% increase in sales tax, park tax, and transit tax. Those are all sales-based taxes. And we will continue throughout the fiscal year to monitor revenues and expenses as they happen and adjust accordingly. So these are the fee schedule changes. The certified tax rate, as we were just discussing, as valuations go up, our certified tax rate, or CTR, goes down. And so that's what's happening this year, is it's going down from 0.1174% to 0.116. And this is calculated by the county treasurer. And then the garbage rate, I wanted to put those couple slashes in there so you can see how it's changed throughout the presentation of the budget this season. So the 1061 for the first can, those first numbers in the dark color, which are crossed out, that's our current rate for the 2021 fiscal year. The second one in red that's crossed out is what was proposed last time. And then after our discussion, the current proposal is $10.90 for the first can, $9.30 for each additional garbage can, and then $4.25 for recycling. So this is a 2.7% increase for that first can, a 3% increase for the additional can. And that's going to help offset the recycling increase, which is 75 cents per can is the cost that Republic Service is passing through to us. And that's just the collection. Then there's also the fuel surcharge, which is a huge variable. A couple of months during the 2021 fiscal year, there was zero fuel surcharge. But as diesel rates increase, which we are definitely seeing now, we are up at about 31% or 31 cents per can in fuel surcharge, and that can keep rising, and so that's a big increase. So if the fuel surcharge goes beyond an average of what I've budgeted, then we may need to review, have, and readjust during the year, but I'm hoping that that's not the case.
But that's seasonal, isn't it? I mean, it typically will ebb and
So,
flow, will go up and down.
It's as diesel does that, so, yeah. So like we saw really good prices during COVID when there was no one using it. So now there's a big demand. So were there any questions on those garbage and recycling rates?
On that surcharge, remind us, is that just for recycling or for, also for
For
the
the,
black?
and for the first garbage can, so.
Okay, not the second one.
Not the second, yeah.
Thank you.
And then these are the culinary water rate increases. They are 3%, and this is the same as was presented previously. Secondary water, also a 3% increase, as well as the storm water. And same as what has been presented. On the sewer, it's a 4% increase, and that's what was recommended by the engineers. And so that's just our rate structure going up 4%. And then this is how a utility bill for a family would increase. So the assumption is that it's a family that lives below North Union Canal, has unmetered pressurized irrigation, uses 8,000 gallons with their 1-inch culinary water meter, has 1 garbage can and 1 recycle can. So.
Quick question, on the sewer charge, is that calculated based on the incoming culinary water use into the home? 'Cause they don't have a way to
it
meter
depends on the household, so, or the user, so the customer. So if they have pressurized irrigation, then it is based on water usage, what's metered. So if they don't have pressurized irrigation, that means they're using their culinary water to water landscaping. And so that's not going into our sewer. We recognize that. So we build the sewer based off of their winter water usage. So there's no landscape to water from November to March, and so we look at their water usage, and then we estimate that their sewer usage is that throughout the year.
Is that for everybody citywide, or those that have the secondary water, you're just doing it month to month?
So, so those without pressurized irrigation that have to use culinary water, we do that, estimate. So then, yeah, so that's just for them, and then for those with pressurized irrigation, then we bill it based on that month's metered water usage.
Okay, incoming, there's not an actual sewer read.
Right, there is not. Are there any other questions on fee schedule changes? All right, so looking at our estimated revenues, it's 23.6 million, and that's without fund balances or interfund transfers. So that's money coming into the city, with our largest amounts being utility charges and sales tax. And then our expenditures by object, so operations is the largest, but we've also got a lot of personnel and a lot of capital expenses this fiscal year.
That sales tax number on the previous slide, is that before or after what we give up to the state?
That's what we'll actually see.
That's
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And what is that percentage looking like this coming year?
The amount of the 1% that we keep, it's about between 60 to 65%. So.
Do we anticipate with the 2020 census numbers coming back, that could be going up?
I would hope so.
Just depends on what those, I don't think we've lost residents, so I would hope that increases, yeah. But I don't know by how much, and so.
Yeah. So these personnel issues are the same. that we've already discussed, 1.4% cost of living allowance, which would be effective July 1st. Merit increase of 1 step on the pay scale, so it's about 2.6%. And the cost to the city for that, the increase is $156,000, and then you can see how it hits the different funds. And go ahead. Then we are proposing new positions, the building inspector / code enforcement. And this has been previously approved, but just not filled, and so we're hoping to fill it this year. And then a Public Works Blue Stakes / SWIP has to do a stormwater inspector, and then a GIS intern. And then Public Works is restructuring, and they are changing from 4 superintendents to 2 superintendents and 2 leads. And then for insurance, medical insurance premiums will increase 5.9%. Dental insurance premiums are going to remain the same. So overall, the benefit allowance to the employees will increase 5.7%, which is a fiscal impact of $50,000. And then we also did a compensation study, and so there were positions that were recommended for changes on the pay scale to become more in line with average. And as well, staff reviewed mayor and council members' compensation, and that wasn't at the request of anyone, the mayor or council. That was just because we were already doing it for the other employees, and they are on the payroll, so they were included. And their wages were found to be out of sync with other communities that are our size, and so recommending an increase to the average. So the total fiscal impact, excuse me, is about $49,000 to implement those increases. Are there any questions on that? Anything so far? A new policy that we're wanting to implement is to pay out some overtime. In the past, we've just compensated employees with what we call comp time, so additional leave time when they work extra hours. And as we've discussed previously, with the water department, with the extra breaks, and there's other things going on in other divisions where they've had to put in overtime, and they're feeling frustrated from working extra hours, working into the wee hours of the morning, and don't have anything on their paycheck to show for it. And we would like to kind of meet a happy medium, maybe not pay it all out, but pay out the first $3,000 per employee, and that would be available in Parks, Recreation, which is, there's one person that's a full-time employee that would qualify for, and then building inspectors and Public Works, which is the water, sewer, storm. And so you can see the breakdown there of it's $3,000 per position. So there's some that have 2 or 3 or 4 positions there, and so a total of $54,000.
I hope it has the perceived benefit that we're hoping.
I think it will. It's already, the preliminary discussions have been well received, and so I think this is a good step. And that 54,000, that's worst case scenario. Some of these individuals over several years, as we looked, they are unlikely to hit that 3,000 per year mark, but we have to budget for that expectation, and so that it could get to that. So that's a worst case as far as from the city's budget.
Most organizations have something like that, a cap that's monitored as well, but it's also just for liability reasons, something that is good to have in place.
Right, and employees aren't gonna just be able to just, I'm just gonna stay late. It does have to be approved by their supervisor. So capital expenditures in the general fund, we've budgeted $712,000, and you can see that it's split between government buildings and streets and public works administration and parks, and these are things that we've already discussed. So you want to move to the next? The CIP, the road CIP, so the road fund, it's 1.65 million, and so that's for road capital expenditures. That's not just what's in that fund. In the park tax fund, it's 140,000, and then in the park CIP, which is the impact fees, it's 70,000. The water fund, 3 million, and then you can see how it's broken up between equipment, improvements to the secondary water system, and improvements to the culinary water system. This is the same that has been presented. The sewer fund decreased since last time. It's 477,000. We took out a budget for a truck and a crane.
So we're looking at ways to try to make sure our fund balance in sewer, the remaining amounts, doesn't go too low. We're getting to the point where we're a little bit nervous on that fund balance. If we were to have a catastrophic issue come up that's more than a few $100,000, we would have to borrow from the general fund to make that work. And so that was part of postponing some equipment requests.
And then in the stormwater, it was 600,000, and was already presented. And then in the recreation fund, 425,000. And you can see that split between the aquatic center and the community center. Any questions on capital expenditures? So with all of this, you can see the changes in our fund balances. So each column is a different fund, with the first one being the general fund. And the state recently changed our maximum amount allowed from 25 to 35% of budgeted revenues. And so we're projected to end the 2022 fiscal year at a 31% of budgeted revenues.
So that ending fund balance on the bottom right in the yellow on those enterprise funds is where a couple of those numbers. So with sewer, we're ending at 124's projection to end at the end of this coming fiscal year, so next June 30th. And again, in a catastrophic incident, 124,000 on a major repair is not very much, and so that's where we're keeping our eye on, but reiterating the need for those increases that we're proposing in rates to continue to build our fund balance so that we can do proactive projects. So stormwater, we've made a good recovery. In 2013, we were actually a negative fund balance it was pushing negative 500,000-ish. So we've made a good recovery there, and we have some very big projects on the horizon with stormwater. And then with garbage, just a note, so that $5,539. So with those increases, everything's a pass-through. We are not building a huge dollar amount of reserves. We're not making a big revenue amount. So we have projected $5,500 left over after covering all of our anticipated costs in garbage. So, any questions on the fund balance chart?
I think we've talked about this so much, it's odd for us to be so quiet, but we've talked about this for so many meetings.
That's good.
Yes.
That's good. There's
We just
nothing
don't
wrong
want the
with that.
public to think
Yeah.
we don't care.
Okay. Questions? Looks like the council's doing all right. This is a public hearing. Yes.
So are all these documents available to be seen online or just while we're here?
should be.
They're available on the city website under, there's a page to look for city agendas, and there's a link there that you can download the staff report for today's date.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Lyle, you can do that for all of our meetings. Every meeting has a staff report.
I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
I'm not very techy, so I better ask.
Well, if you're not able to do it, get back with us and we'll make sure you get what you need, so. Any other public comment?
I had a thought today as we're talking philosophy. You know, we've had these increases in utilities year after year after year, and they're getting to the point where some residents, they're really feeling the burn. And part of that is our philosophy of building in large future capital expenditures into those rates so that we do not have to bond against them in the future. And I just thought maybe I don't know, philosophically, we do have the ability to enter into debt, and it's typically lower interest rate debt when it comes secured by the cash flow of the utility funds, right? I was thinking our sewer lift station rate-wise.
That's the idea.
I know this is
what
so
we're trying.
wrong from me, who's been so debt adverse through my whole city council career. But anyways, just a thought I had to put out to the council of, I just would love to find a way for us to not have to raise those utility rates year after year. And so maybe rather than accounting for those capital expenditures in those increases, we rely on our ability to go into debt in the future, even though that probably raises them more in the future because of those interest expenses. But anyways, just love to find a way somehow to not have those utility rates increase as much as they do year after year, so.
Well, and we still have the issue of not knowing what's gonna be coming from the,
CARES Act.
right, CARES Act, and so that's been my point as well, because the CARES Act, once we accept those funds, the string attaches that you may not reduce any taxes once you accept those funds. So I'm almost of the mind of let's hold off raising the utility fees this year and see how that settles out, and we may be able to fund some of these infrastructure accounts for the aging, needs that are coming up too.
Kristen would have a heart attack if we did that to her.
Yeah, something you have to keep in
But
mind, though, is-
something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if you go out and bond for that, you still have to increase to cover the bond
To cover the
payments,
cash
and
flow.
so.
I agree. Like
It doesn't,
you said.
it doesn't do away with fee
Yeah, it doesn't go
increases.
away.
And
Yeah, but
so,
I don't know that we know 100% what our CapEx is gonna be in the future, you know what I mean? There's a little bit of
That's true.
assumption into those rates that we will have to have certain amounts of capital expenditures, and so.
And hopefully it's based on historical data, and that's.
Yeah.
But
so we have our 5-year capital facilities plans that we're looking at and redoing every 5 years, hopefully, and we're working on that. For water is the one that's the most active right now, and so that one, we're under contract with a firm, Hanson Allen Luce, to have another update this fall and help pin down our well issue, our secondary concerns that we've had. But, so if you look at this, water we have set aside, in addition to this fund balance, we've started to set aside some money for a future well and a future tank that are identified in those capital facilities plans. In sewer, correct me if I'm wrong, Kristen, I do not think we have any separate capital facility projects, so this is our sewer balance. So there's nothing that we're putting away for any future sewer project. Stormwater, we have several projects identified. Likely, we are gonna have to bond for that because they're multiple millions, if we were to do it all in one swoop. And so we would be still, though, looking at a rate or fee to cover those bond costs, those payments. And so, yes, I agree with everything you said, and it's crossed my mind, as with road funding as well. Several cities in the valley have opted to bond for road improvements in the last couple of years because rates were great, and instead of pay as you go. But we've fortunately had some great sales tax in the last few years and haven't had to do that. So we'll keep that in mind. as we go forward.
Yeah, we all feel that for sure, and the cruel reality is a 3% increase is you broke even. I mean, you did nothing to set more aside.
Yeah.
It's just,
And I appreciate the conversation because it's the aging infrastructure and, like you said, the no CIP for the sewer, which is all of this. We've got really pretty roads coming along. I'm just worried about what's underneath them, what's happening. Is just keeps me up at night sometimes. Is what's going to happen? Are things flowing in and out the way they should? And so I appreciate, Jake, you bringing that up and helping us to understand. We can have those conversations, see if we need to do that, and the conversations we're having here tonight, so.
Thanks, Mayor.
No, that's good. No, that's good. I mean, the greatest gift we give our residents if we could somehow find a way that they paid less.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been a desire, and the reality of it is, our society's built in such a way that you ultimately really don't end up paying less.
Well, the way inflation goes.
You know, it just keeps
right now.
moving, and I've had this argument with a lot of people. If people get their salary increased, well, they feel like they get a bump, but the reality of it is everyone else does, and then the costs go up, and you're kind of chasing your tail a little bit there. But that's kind of capitalism. That's kind of how the system's set up, and you know, if you got a better process, I'm open to it. But
You know,
Good to know, sorry, go ahead.
Go
It's
ahead.
good to hear that you're open to bond options,
Yeah.
because everything I've heard for the last several years is dead
Dead.
over my dead body, and so.
Well, we do feel that way about debt, but I'm just thinking of ways that, you know, with those rates just every year, they've gone up so significantly in my 8 years here on the council. You know, even the thought of, well, maybe this year the general fund doesn't, you know, gives Kristen's time as this LLC accountant, and that we don't take those payments from the funds in order to keep those rates lower, which I know is hard because I know per our budget, per our philosophy, one-time expenses for one-time revenues, and these are break-even funds. But it's just hard when you see that sales tax trend, you know, doubled from 8 years ago. So, anyways, just some thoughts. I'd love to see some way that we could tap into our extremely strong sales tax revenue, and somehow offset some of these expenses that are getting pretty tough on some of these fixed income residents.
I agree with that. I would like to just proceed with raising taxes and fees very cautiously and on an as-needed basis. And, you know, kind of researching the CARES Act funds that are likely coming to Lindon, they limit what those funds can be used for. So a lot of things that we're talking about in the budget would not qualify. But one of the main things that does qualify with those funds, which could be fairly significant for Lindon, is water and sewer infrastructure is called out by the federal government as something that will be allowed to spend those funds on. So for this particular increase, this area, for me, I'm just hesitant to just follow the projection. I'd like to see where that lands, and I think we could always adjust things later.
What is our anticipation on those funds?
They're expected, we're estimating 1.2 to 1.3 million, somewhere in that range, but it's dependent on our population. And so I don't know if that changes with the census or not. But that's,
They released the numbers to
did
me
they?
today.
What was that?
So we're expected to get 656,846 in this first tranche, and then the same in the second tranche. So that's a total of 1.3 million. So
some change.
some change, yeah. And they said in the letter, they said that it could be recalculated if there are some municipalities that choose not to receive it, then it would be dispersed among everyone else. I don't know who would choose not to, but.
I would be very hesitant, Carolyn, to build our upcoming fiscal year on funds, though,
I'm
that
just
have
talking
so
about
many
this one bucket.
strings.
This is the one bucket because it calls out, these are the only things so far that they're saying can be used, the funding can be used for. Public health expenditures, behavioral health care, I don't know that that's something that applies to Lindon. Address negative economic impacts. We've had a banner year we can't say we lost revenue due to COVID. Replace lost public sector revenue.
Which
Again,
we did in the recreation fund.
okay. And then provide premium pay for essential workers. I don't know that that is applicable to Lindon City. And finally, invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Those are the categories, the buckets it calls out. So just in regards to raising our fee in the water fund, I'm just saying that's the one that I would like to really maybe seriously consider holding off this year, just automatically doing that projected
But
increase.
that's amending projects that we have need for within the next 12 months for money that we may not receive for 6 or 8 months. And so that makes me very hesitant to say we're gonna build our budget on money that we hope comes instead of money that is anticipated and consistently there.
Are you okay if we look at this in kind of the next budget, when funds are
Potentially.
actually here?
We
and
have
we
until
understand
20
what the,
Potentially, I mean, to Jake's
understand
point,
what
we
the
have,
strings are.
we have other healthy buckets to potentially transfer into, you know, our general fund, you know. So anyway, just speaking to that a lot of residents are getting fatigued because there has been an increase now 5 years in a row. And some people that really do comment that are on fixed incomes, it's something that is hard, so.
With those funds, we do have till 2024 to expend those, and so, but it also, as Kristen mentioned, it comes in 2 tranches. We can only request for a certain amount within a certain window, and so, again, there's so many strings. I would be extremely hesitant to say let's forego any of our current projects until we know that we have this money. That would make me very nervous.
I don't think would it require foregoing all projects just to not have the 3%?
Everything in our water fund that we've budgeted is based on our current revenues. And so all of these 3 million plus capital expenditures are built into our current rate increase. And so if we don't raise those rates, we will not see the revenue that could cover these costs.
Yeah, but it's just an increase. There's still that base rate.
Still the base
Sure,
revenue.
so it's
We're not talking
covering
about-
some of these, but then
We
we do have to recalculate and see what is our expected ending balance and what can we do versus what can't we do. So it's starting over a little bit on the expectation of no rate increase.
I'd like to say that with this money on that first tranche coming, to me, I'm still very leery of, you say, who's not going to accept that? There at least needs to be a thorough vetting of any ties that, any potential repercussions that we can't even foresee at this point. I would rather proceed with the course that we've stayed. I'm not happy about having to do these raises, but it's something that we've traditionally done in a very thorough and thoughtful manner, and that I do not want to follow the carrot of this, to replace it for the current time. I need more time to see what long reach this money may or may not have. I will not be comfortable at this point putting earmarking that for any of our city services at this point. I don't mind dreaming with it, but I won't, me personally, I can't spend it this time. And so, yeah, that's where I stand on that.
So I would like to bring this up in our budget kickoff in February to look at, as you've discussed, not or foregoing some of the administrative transfers and then not having the increase in the next fiscal year where we can plan for it better versus the final night of presenting the budget.
I agree 100%. And I bring it up because it's a great night to bring it up. I mean, it is budget night, and certainly we wouldn't want to, after all you've been through over the last month, throw you into that. But I think that these types of discussions are absolutely healthy and great, and that does seem like the opportune time. But you know, if certainly a lot to be seen on these CARES Act funds, and if they do come in and are what maybe they can be, then maybe they're merit discussion possibly before that as well. So we'll see.
Right, I'm fine with that. I just want us to not just always adopt the increases automatically just because they were calculated by the engineering firm. We should always look at where we are financially, and when we've had a great year, maybe we can fill those buckets with other means. And I agree with Randy, we always need to look at any strings attached, obviously as well, but we've had a great year, and so sometimes we can play those numbers. I would rather do that than just increase just because it was planned. So look at it prudently. So thank you.
Yeah, part of that discussion, and I value the conversation that's taking place, it's probably a philosophy that was put in place years ago where rather than find ourselves in a situation where we have to do a huge increase, it was trying to appropriate that over an extended period of time. And so that was the concept, the philosophy. I'm open to discussion to rethink it and see if there's a better solution. And, you know, that's always good to have that conversation. So it has served us well. And like any other citizen, I'd always like to pay less than what I maybe am imposed to pay. And, you know, and I think this council's been very prudent in having those discussions, as well as trying to do what's in the best interest of our citizens and yet maintain the services at a level that is appropriate. So, yeah,
Great.
Good discussion. So, we're at that point. Did we close the public hearing?
No, but
Okay,
I'll motion to do that.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Jake, second by Van, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
I'll make the
this is
motion.
the night. Go ahead, Randy.
Unless there's other discussion. We're okay?
I'm good, I think.
I'll motion to approve ordinance 2021-13-0, adopting the fiscal year 2022 final budget, and adopting the amended budget for fiscal year 2021 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous, thank you. Thank you for
Chris.
your work. You know, we threw you a curve, we almost threw you under the bus, but, you know, we appreciate all the good work you do, and it's not intended to be a reflection of what you're doing. It's just, I think as a council,
Definitely.
it's wise and prudent, even at the 11th hour, you know, to bring up discussion that we feel is important, and that's one of the things we appreciate about this council, that we're able to do that, so.
I think
Thank you.
Kristen is so impressive, especially what's gone on over the last couple weeks. I
You're
just
such a
can't say
hero.
enough. And I'll jump into the budget and I'll get on the phone with Kristen and say, hey, what is this expense on page 7, this line? And she just knows everything. I don't know how you know every single, it's just so impressive, the attention to detail you have and your knowledge. It's just so impressive. We're lucky to have you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Go on, actually, at the very end of this is a requirement by the state auditor. We just have to present and go through our fraud risk assessment. This was a new requirement last year. Maybe Kathy, this doesn't require a vote, but if we can insert this as part of those prior item minutes. So we have a chart that we score the city's financial policies and our practices as far as fraud risk assessment, our risk level. We scored on the high end of the very low probability for having fraud within our organization based on that. We've included that in the staff report and identified a couple things that we can do to try to improve that next year. But overall, this was an improvement from the prior year. We were in the moderate category, so we're getting better. Some of that scoring dealt with, there was a video exam that you guys had to do every 4 years that you all completed. And Van looked at me like, was I supposed to do something? But this was like a month or 2 ago.
You did
We
it.
sent out.
You see, I know I did. the
Yeah,
one.
we sent out a link and there was a test that you took and everybody passed. So we also have an annual ethics behavior pledge that is required to be updated every year. And so Kathy, I believe, has those forms. Oh, she put it out for you already. So if you'll sign those and get that back to us, Something that we've added this year is our city phone number as far as a fraud hotline. If anyone is aware of fraud, we put this on our city website and in our policy manual as well. They can call our front office and speak to either myself or the city attorney if they have any concerns about fraud within Lindon City. So,
Sounds good.
any
Check that
questions
box
on
off.
that? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'll move to recess the Linden City Council meeting and convene as the Linden City RDA.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion and a second by Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in the redevelopment agency. Okay. We're there. Now what?
Yep.
I don't see any minutes, but you got them?
Did we miss? No, they are really short, so
Yep, they're
it's
there.
2 pages.
Any corrections on the minutes?
I didn't have any. I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of May 17th, 2021 from the Linden RDA.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Van. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So those are approved. Now we have to do
Public hearing,
public hearing.
so motioned.
Thanks, Jake.
Second.
Second by
Oops, sorry.
Van. All in
You
favor?
gotta be on your toes here.
Okay, we're on a public hearing. It's to adopt the final budget, so. Any more
Want me to run
discussion
through
on
this?
that?
So really quick, the resolution identified here, it just lays out that the RDA is contracting with Linden City for its services. There's a dollar amount that is identified and agreed upon for those services for this next fiscal year. And very similar to our enterprise fund transfers, but a little more official. And so for the budget this year, it was actually just approved as part of the citywide budget, but identified here for you on this individual page. So RDAs, we still have a little money left over on our State Street RDA. It's not continuing to collect funds, but we have some projects identified there. And then a small amount down around District 3, which is the Home Depot area. Again, that's expired. In the West Side District, on the other side of Geneva, there's the old industrial park there. Those are not collecting monies anymore, but we have some set aside for some ongoing costs. So really the big one is our 700 North CDA that is collecting revenue. So.
Any questions?
Lyle, any public comment on that?
Public comment, we good?
I'll motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Motion second by Carolyn, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we need to make a motion to adopt anyway, go ahead. I don't have to tell you what to say, you can read it.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2021-4-RDA, amending the current fiscal 2020 RDA budget and adopting the fiscal year 2022 RDA final budget.
Great job, Randy. Is there a second?
Second.
Van, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Now do we have to reconvene? Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead. Someone want to do that?
I make a motion to reconvene the regular Linden City Council meeting.
I didn't leave my chair and yet I'm still, anyway. Is there a second?
Your hat and everything, right?
We have a
Second.
motion by Van, a second by
Second.
Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimously. Thank you very much.
Good night, Kristen.
Thank you for all your work. You know, it's kind of torture sitting here watching I see out there the pool, that water's just splashing, people are wet.
So great.
Feels so good.
I know, just watching the
Oh,
flow
well.
rider.
I'm not being distracted. Okay. Item number 11 is a public hearing. We need to open another one, please.
Motion to open a public hearing.
Second by Carolyn. All in favor?
Aye.
You know, it was interesting, and I'm going to ask this procedurally. I attended the Highland City Council meeting, and the mayor just opened a public hearing. He didn't take a motion, didn't do a second. He just opened it himself. So
Mr. Mann has a lot of energy. He just couldn't sit still.
would you check procedurally?
Rules and see how that's supposed to be done.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Yeah, but I made some notes because I attended their whole city council meeting and there were some things there that I thought,
You did it down there with that power, I like that.
well, it's just, it probably speeds the process
It
up
would
just a
speed it
tiny
up,
bit.
that's for sure.
Okay, we're now in a public hearing. Mike, you gonna take us through this double frontage lot ordinance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members.
You made it. Tried to go as fast as we could.
So Mr. Ackley's made an application to amend Title 17.32.110 in the part of the subdivision code. Currently, our ordinance, go to that real quick. Currently, for double frontage lots, our ordinance says that they are only allowed, where did I put it? Oh, they're only, currently allows double frontage lots only when approved by the planning commission and for reasons of topography. However, we do have a number of double frontage lots in Lindon that we've approved. Typically, what we've done on that is said that, noted on the plat that they couldn't have access from the back street. So what we're proposing here is to amend that. Mr. Ackley has a client that wants to purchase a lot on the new Lindon Treasury subdivision behind his home to create a new lot and increase his lot size for that. So the proposed ordinance would allow double frontage lots for four circumstances. Number one is topography, keeping with the current ordinance. Number two, residential lots and subdivisions or existing parcels where the rear yard abuts arterial or collector streets. Typically, those are higher speed streets. You don't want access, you don't want very close, and a lot of access is off of a arterial or collector street. So this would allow that when it's accessed from an internal local street as identified on our streets master plan. We would want curbing, concrete curbing, landscape or other landscape rock shall be installed at the base of the fence and extended to the sidewalk to prevent weeds from growing and protruding under the fence and into the public right-of-way. So example of that would be Ivory Homes development that was built. These homes are accessed off an internal street. However, this street's an arterial or collector street. So their fence, you can see how they've put concrete in between. Sorry, it doesn't show up, but you can see how the concrete is next to the fence, so you don't get weeds and that in that area. So this would be one way that you could do a double frontage lot off an arterial street, is if you're accessed off the interior street. You can go with the fence close to the sidewalk. The third reason, and this would apply to Mr. Ackley's client, with combining of two residential lots or parcels and where the property would be accessed from two local streets as identified on the street master plan. So for example, here's Mr. Ackley's client. There's a street. Jeremy, remind me what streets these are. This is the one you live on here.
Yeah, I'm in that cul-de-sac right there. That's 140 west. And then the one behind us, I should know.
That's
this.
that new
110?
cul-de-sac, 110.
Okay.
So Mr. Ackley's client would like to, this is a new lot for the Lindon Treasury subdivision. So this would allow him, they're both these lots that access off internal streets, internal local streets. So this would allow for his client to buy this back property. We would still be able to access from the internal street, but the city would designate both a front yard and a rear yard. A lot of cities, they're so different. A lot of cities say you've got two front yards. Some cities say you've got a front yard and a rear yard. So the city, when a double frontage lot is created, we would designate it both a front yard and a rear yard. We're still calling out a 30-foot setback to create some characteristic, follow the characteristic of for those homes that are fronting on the remainder of the street. So it creates some consistency along that street. The ordinance would also say you could put up a wall or view obstructing fence, but that fence had to be set back 10 feet and landscaped so that if you do have access, you've got a clear view area when you're leaving the rear of the property. If it also sets that fence back for snow removal, so the sun will hit the fence and won't or hit the sidewalk and won't be blocked by the fence. It also requires a gate for maintenance, so you can go back there and maintain the landscaping and snow removal. This picture's down from my house just a little bit in Springville, and you can see this is what we don't want to happen. Is nobody cares for the sidewalk on the back side of the property. Nobody cares for the weeds either, and so this update would require a gate. As well as landscaping to be maintained by the property owner. Then the fourth reason would be for double frontage lots zoned for commercial or industrial. Access shall be from the arterial or collector streets only. Emergency access to a local street as identified on the Lindon City Street Master Plan may be considered by the land use authority when required for emergency access. So, for example, in Lindon, here's a good example. You've got the Avalon Apartments. Their main access is off of State Street, but they have a secondary emergency access only onto this local street that's to the west. So with that, then we have a couple of requirements here. Where double frontage lots, where the double frontage lot is also on a corner lot, the required fence clear view across the corner property shall follow section 1704-310. That's our clear view section, and our fence. That's our clear view section of the ordinance. And then street frontage abutting the rear or any approved double frontage lot shall be improved in accordance with the standards set forth in Lindon City Development Manual. So, like the Ivory project, for example. They needed to put, curb and gutter on both sides and sidewalk on. They needed to finish what was behind the fence on the rear property line. So with that, myself or Ms. Trackley would be glad to answer any questions about the proposed ordinance.
Well, it looks like, Mike, you've thought this through quite well and providing several examples. So the client intends to probably do the 10-foot wall.
I'm not exactly sure what he wants to do, but I think he would do a non-view obstructing fence.
The setback. I said
10 feet
that
back.
incorrectly. Not 10 feet high, but 10 feet setback.
Yeah, so they'd probably
Potentially.
do that and then be able to see through that and then have trees, but I actually haven't gone down that road with him, but I think this has both options that could be good, but where it's a residential area where there's gonna be other homes, I think that would probably fit better on that front yard.
Lots in off of that corner,
There are actually 4 lots in that cul-de-sac.
the one behind him.
Yeah, so he's got, can you do the
pull that up.
satellite view if you've got it?
I tried to look, it wasn't on the satellite for Google, so.
Oh, okay. So
It
his,
doesn't have the new road on.
his house is actually on an existing cul-de-sac.
Correct,
And then I installed another cul-de-sac behind,
Right.
and there's 4 lots in there, and one just is perfectly,
So it's not the
set up
corner
for-
lot,
no,
it's the next one in
it's
to
the next
the
one
east.
in, and then there's
On the
another
southeast.
cul-de-sac lot
Okay.
behind my home.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, I guess
Yeah,
the
you
county
can-
would be a good one, yeah, I didn't think to go
So
there.
I actually own both lots on the side of the lot that he's wanting. So on both sides of it.
Okay,
And because I can't make a decision, I'm keeping both of them. Because we love Lindon and never want to move, and so
You could just do what he did, double it up.
you'll see, that will happen, yeah. But, yeah, so we're probably gonna stay in our home and do an accessory building back there. And then keep that other lot, just in case when the kids stop beating up our house.
I don't know,
Be able to do a fresh house and
in the same
let
neighborhood.
the kids stay or whomever wants to step up.
Yeah.
I think this is aside from the point, I think we've done a great job, especially in time, ordinances like these to be reasonable, but also look for unintended consequences. I think we've done a great job there as I've tried to wrap my head around it. On a side note, this is a phenomenal subdivision. Close proximity to State Street and yet half acres and building absolutely incredible homes. Something that I know comes up quite a bit as we talk about half acres density and it's how close we are to State Street. These are very close to State Street and extremely high demand. They look great.
Thanks. Well, and again, thanks to Mr. Florence for doing all this research. There's a ton of research that he did and then wrote this out and just hit every aspect of it. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's been something that I've noticed here in Lindon is, the ordinance where the fence has to be back, 12, 18 inches?
2 feet,
And
yeah.
it seems that it just becomes unmanaged weeds and people aren't really caring for it. I think that's just a great idea to have it set back a little bit more and it's officially landscaped and,
Yeah.
watering is
So
there.
this one, you could do 2 options. If it's unobstructed, then you could go to the 2 feet right behind the sidewalk. So if it's a wrought iron or chain link, but if it's a solid wall or solid vinyl, then you'd need to set it back that 10 feet.
Right, I'm talking about the obstructed ones. People are just
Yeah.
letting that inch, that little tiny space not be cared for right now and so.
Okay,
Right.
any more questions? Open it up to public, any public comment? Okay. we'll bring it
Motion to
back here.
close.
Go ahead, Randy.
Motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion by Randy, a second by
Second.
Van, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now back and I guess we need
Well,
to take action,
I'll
right?
motion, Mayor, if I may, to approve ordinance amendment 2021-8-0 as presented.
Okay, Carolyn made the motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second, I think that was by Jake, wasn't it? You with us? You're good, right? All right, okay, any further discussion? I'll call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe that's unanimous. Stay in Lindon, I mean, it's a good place.
I've no.
Even if your water rates go up, it's still a good
Hey,
place.
You know what? I'll pay more for it.
Oh, you're good.
That's fine. You're awesome, man.
You do
Thanks.
great work, I'm sure, so, thank you. Item number 12, discussion on public outreach.
This is really quick. I just wanted to give you an overview before we talk about some of these emergency preparedness and emergency management things tonight, of some of the ways that we can reach out to the public. And it's interesting. So I've met with one of the individuals that was filed to run for office, and he made a comment that I don't ever hear anything going on about the city, and neither do my neighbors, and there's no way for us to know what's going on. And so I was surprised about that, because I feel like we try to push a lot of information, and it doesn't take very much effort to find that. And so, let me show you quickly a few things here that we have available. So, obviously, our city webpage is...
Look at how that looks already, that was nice.
What was that?
Just back up one. It was all cleaned up. Look at that.
Oh.
The property.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that. That's good.
Um,
Fast work.
So on the city website, lots of resources there, lots of information as far as city government and agendas and minutes. It's just a couple clicks through the webpage, and somebody can then go to city council or planning commission, click on that reports and agendas and the year they want, and then scroll down and you can download everything that we're presenting in every meeting and all of the agendas. And those are usually put on the same day that Kathy sends out the agendas. So it would have been, for last week, it was on the city website, I think Thursday night. We're usually on Wednesday, so.
So
we're-
click on June 21st agenda, and then see if we can pull up that for
The staff
for
report.
Lyle. I mean,
So the staff report is right there.
Following this, Lyle?
And there it is. So that's everything that we're going through and presenting tonight. Yeah, I had all of the budget information there.
Thank you.
Yep.
When he gets home, he knows that it really can happen.
So each of our departments has some more information and details there. So again, I hope people are utilizing our website. Kathy and several department heads and their staff keep it up. Our aquatic center runs, it's a kind of a fun, it's a separate formatted website just for the aquatic center. And then for recreation, they have a separate little page that they maintain as well. And so lots of information on the city website. Available here right underneath the photo of the building, and again, I don't know why our mouse isn't showing up, but is the newsletter and email sign up. You can put in your name and an email, and then Kathy sends out the emails once a month with the newsletter attached, and then we also upload those emails into our notification system. And so anybody else that wants to can receive updates that are going on and sent out through that email system. In the bottom right corner, we have this newer feature, Text My Gov, and texting that in creates a work order that then our staff at Public Works reply to that. But that can be used even to just prompt and ask questions if somebody chooses to do that. Some other resources, we have a,
On Text My Gov, can you attach a photo in there?
yes, you can.
I've done it.
And
That
so
works good.
somebody could see a pothole, take a picture of it, or a street light that's out, or a sprinkler that's running, and you can send that photo in with your message. These 6 boxes, before I leave that, are kind of current things that are happening or issues and updates. And then Kathy's working with our website design team to kind of fill in the blank here. But we've got a calendar of meetings. Again, lots of good stuff. The Everbridge notification sign up is right on the city homepage, so people don't have to look far, hopefully. Our city Facebook page, so we have a primary city Facebook page, we have a city pool Facebook page, the aquatic center, the police department has one, and the senior center has started one. It doesn't have very many followers, but this one right now we have 3,995 people have clicked like, and 4,417 people follow the page, meaning that if they're looking at Facebook and scrolling through things, they will see our page as they scroll through. Given the size of our community, a pretty big group. I mean, when you look at, we only have 11,500 residents, and we have 4,400 people following us on Facebook. So very good response as far as Facebook use. We post several things a week. If you are not a Facebook user, you can still go on and see what is put on here. So I would encourage you as council members to check it once a week and just get on Facebook and look and see some of the things that the city has posted throughout the week. And then the aquatic center is posting stuff all season long, and we try to share some of their things between our 2 sites, but good information there on Facebook. We also have an Instagram page, and we try to keep that. It's probably less frequent, maybe once every 7 to 10 days, throwing something on there just to keep that active. We have 789 followers currently. Instagram's a little different. You can only post on Instagram from a handheld device. You can't do it from a desktop, and so from a tablet or a phone. And you cannot post links to click on and take you to somewhere else for whatever reason. I don't know why they created it that way. So it's very the intent is images. And so we might have images like, see, it won't even let me do it on the desktop. Can't even view it. So we posted our fireworks restriction area maps the other day on the Facebook page, and then duplicated that on Instagram. So just a heads up. We do have also our YouTube page that has the videos from all of our planning commission and city council meetings. And we do have a very inactive Twitter account for myself. And I had to look tonight, the last time I posted anything was 2018. And so not very used, but we have a couple other employees that also have accounts. But again, it just hasn't been something that we felt like ever caught on very much. The news agencies tend to watch that more, as from what I recall, than maybe some of our citizens. And then I wanted to show you, so those were all kind of the digital things. We also have hard copies of the newsletter that's available for anybody to pick up a hard copy if they want to come here to the city center. And then the senior center has kind of a newsletter that they do there as well, for those that aren't digitally inclined. I do want to show you Everbridge and some of our penetration and signups that we've had there. So this is, we're gonna do a test really fast. This is how quick we can go in and create a notification. And once I sign in, so if we have an emergency, we're going to call this test city council. And I'm going to say Adam needs a Diet Coke. And then it's kind of a cool feature. You can play this.
Adam needs a Diet Coke.
And hear what it will sound like when it's sent out. Or we can call in and record our voice on a phone if the computer messaging isn't working correctly. And then we can select what type of delivery method this goes to people. So such as, I'm gonna turn everything off and send you guys a text message. And so we have text primary cell, and then we can click you as the city council, and okay, and I just hit send. Usually within about 30 seconds.
Got it.
Did you all get it?
Can't help you. Don't have a Diet Coke.
So it's that fast, and it goes to the entire community that fast. And so the biggest slowdown is actually just reading and making sure that we have got everything correct on our message. Sometimes, I was telling the chief earlier as we were talking about this, sometimes that digital voice, it'll speed things up, or I mentioned if you put in an address like 380 in period, it thinks that's the end of the sentence, things like that. And so it's playing that a few times until we feel like, yeah, it sounds correct or it reads correct, and that's really the most difficult thing. Another thing that is really cool is the ability then we have right now in our contact list, let's see, an option to select by mapped area. So on this map is all of the green dots are public opt-in. So all of the green is a citizen that has gone in and signed up for Everbridge. And you look at that, that is really good penetration in our residential areas. So Fieldstone neighborhood, for instance, over on the west side, I mean, about every other house is probably signed up. So very good. The yellow is Yellow Pages updated as of June of this month, and the gray is White Pages updated as of June this month. So the chief and I, we've talked about some areas where we have large business groups. So west of the freeway, you can see only one or two green dots over there. So a push that we could make in the future is getting employees at businesses to sign up for Everbridge, and they can select that this is a work location and not necessarily a live-in location, and they would then receive notifications. And so down around the Canopy Group, around Home Depot, right off of 1600 North, again, several thousand daytime employees when you consider all of those businesses together, but really not very good penetration on Everbridge. And so that's the next step of trying to get good employee signups with some of those businesses. And so I know Kelly's talked about that in the past as well as something that we could look at. But so again, as I look at that map, really good coverage. And so when we send something out, a broader emergency, like when we were searching for the older gentleman here a month ago, we sent it to everything, yellow page, white page, and all those green dots. And so when you look at it that way, a lot of people got messages and received all of those. And then we can tailor it down to send repetitive messages. Red. Let's click on it and see. That is Randy. Oh, this city council members are red. So there's Van and the mayor. So you are in the system as a separate group, and the blue are our employees. So we've got some at Public Works and several around here at the city center.
Is that way we're usually notified twice?
It probably is. So you're in the system if you've logged in, and then you're in there as city council. And I almost always select city council so that you guys are up to speed with whatever notice we send out. So, but a really cool way that we can select just a specific neighborhood. We can actually draw a little polygon around it, and it only selects those that we pick on the map. So very cool system. Well worth the money. It's only, I want to say, I think we're around $10,000 a year. Well worth it, in my opinion, on Everbridge. So if we go back and just look at...
On that dollar amount, just what would be your best guess that we saved taking our newsletter and taking it digital versus sending that out?
I don't know if we ever mailed it. I think...
No, we put it in the utility bill.
Oh.
Yes, but
I honestly don't know.
I know that we saved enough to offset the tablets and those kinds of things, that doing a lot of those things digitally. I'm just saying that being able to access the citizens from the old paper way helps to offset that
Evergreen. In my mind, Adam,
Everbridge.
when you first proposed it years ago, I wanted to say it was like the paper cost and then the weight and the mail. It was significant.
The
thousands, like 13.
Oh, certainly in the thousands.
It's like 13,000 is what.
Yeah, it's
It
been so many years, but yeah, it was a significant amount. So this definitely offsets that.
So right now, we have 4,478 contacts that have either signed up or are in the white and yellow pages. So if we send out and select all of those, that's, again, a large number of phones and things that we're getting to. A downside to the system is if somebody moves and they're in Virginia, they're getting a text message from us at 2 in the morning if we have
I still get
an
things from Orem.
incident. And so until they contact us or log in and deactivate their system, it's still active. And so it's not great if there's been a lot of move-ins or move-outs. But something that, again, if I went back to the map, if we were to zoom out from Lindon, it's interesting to see there's pockets of those green dots all over Utah County. And so it's people that have signed up because they want that message. And so I don't know if that's their workplace that they've entered in that address. My house, I've put in there so that I get notifications at home if somebody ever sent out a message. And so my wife knows when there's a crisis and hears it on the answer machine. So anyway, very cool system. I wanted to just quickly run through some of those options that we have. We have, with our department heads, talked about starting a committee with employees so that we have a key 1 or 2 individuals from each department and division that we can sit down once a month-ish and talk about the messages that we want to push through social media. Some of the posts that we have several departments posting on the city Facebook page, and Kathy's kind of a clearinghouse. A lot of them will just send things to her and she'll get it on there. Sometimes we'll have 4 or 5 messages in the same day instead of spreading those out, and it can get lost in that social media world. And so we're looking at starting that committee and kind of a PR discussion with all of our divisions. But any questions on any of that?
Yes,
but go
I was gonna say comment slash question. I'm gonna start with saying this is very, very impressive. Absolutely. I'm thinking with your conversation and the comment you made with the person that feels like they're not informed, how can we set it up? If most citizens are like me, we're not reviewing those types of things. If a zone amendment change is being proposed in my neighborhood within a half mile, how, is there a way to notify people of that? That's when I think people are gonna be pretty interested.
That's a great suggestion. We have not utilized Everbridge in that fashion. We've put some broader city issues on Facebook and had some traction there.
And I'm not just saying just ever, but how do we do that to let people know something's coming that they might be?
Well, our noticing distance is it 300 feet? Did we increase it to 5? We talked about
Depends on the
increasing it
applications.
sometimes.
Whatever it is, it's not big enough.
It's just
Yeah.
a residential, zone change, or residential development, it's 500, if it's commercial, it's 800.
So using Everbridge might be a way to do that, because we can just draw a map in that general area and saying, it doesn't give them a lot of information though, so it's a very short, there's an issue going on in your neighborhood for a zone change, go to this link. That may be as good as we could
Something to
probably get.
review, to look to see if there are some options that.
Can I share some thoughts?
Yeah.
That might help answer some of these potentially. Okay, so as a backstory to, before I say my thoughts, I have an LG washer that has like 55 different buttons on it, and like, I just want to wash it, and I just want, I'm just used to the old, kind from the, I'm old enough that, I don't know, we just had to wash them on rocks maybe at one time. But, so I wanted to do something specific, and I just didn't want to pull out the owner's manual, and I didn't want to figure it out. So what did I do? I go to YouTube, and I put it in. I just wanted to do this. In a minute and 30 seconds, I was told how to do it. It was easy peasy, didn't have to, dig it out and read it. So why can't we perhaps do some sort of, through a PR, with a little tongue-in-cheek perhaps, little fun information series of YouTubes of how to get involved in the city. It could be how to get into Everbridge, how to, just all these little things, these topics we've talked about, how to do this. It could be maybe an overall, a nice short presentation, similar, shorter than this, but an overview of what you can do, how TextMy.gov works. But a lot of people like that information, just really concise. I learned to, my husband was sick one time, we had a big snowstorm. I was in the side-by-side with the, trying to get the, what do I always say, the snow plowed, and I broke the plow. I did not want to go upstairs and told my husband I broke the plow. The whole cable broke. I learned how to fix it myself off of YouTube. We can get our citizens involved with this kind of a medium. I truly believe it. If we let them know how to do this, I'll have to say that I had a conversation with a citizen not too long ago about the water break, and I said, you've heard about it, we need to cut back on our water consumption for outdoor use. She goes, well, I didn't get the notification. And I said, well, it was on Everbridge. What? And I said, well, have you not been taught by maybe your block captain? She goes, I've been a block captain. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure where the holes are, but she had no idea. And I said, well, what about with the newsletter? Or have you signed up for the newsletter? Oh, everything gets buried in my emails. And I said, well, what about in the day when it came in your water bill? She goes, oh, I never read it. And people are engaged as they really want to be, but if we make it, at least take the excuses out of it and maybe have a little fun with it. I do think that YouTube could offer us a lot of little segments that we could take away the excuses, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we'll do a lottery. If everyone signs up in the city
There you go.
for Everbridge, we will throw a party. No, I'm kidding.
I do think, to that point, Mayor, that
I mean,
I'd love to, and Carolyn's brought this up several times, about using our block captains for training of our local citizens. If we could use those as a way to, I don't know, just like public servants and not just going out and checking everybody off on our drill, that we really can say how many people are on Everbridge. And whether it's an incentive of the block captain that can get the, 100% gets to go into a lottery or something like that, some sort of a pool. I think anything we can do that's fun and interactive like that is.
We just talked about it at the CERT meeting.
Yep, I
on
think-
Thursday night, and saying, hey, let's give the block captains something meaningful to do other than just checking in people or getting numbers and getting more engagement.
Yes, yes, I agree with
And
that.
and also the other thing that came up in our meeting is right now for a lot of our emergency messaging, it's somewhat dependent on the ecclesiastical flow or organization, and it would be great to have a redundancy that the city has its own, CERT people, teams that, answer to the city, as well as Everbridge more ubiquitously adopted and people knowing about it and on it, so that we have two systems going out for any communication. So,
I have to
yeah,
say,
make it
I'm
the
a
theme
pa-
of our
I'm-
911.
Yeah, I'm a pain in the side of my block captains. I mean, is it, if they're saying, oh, it's just a little check back. Oh, no, we've got to report this. And so I don't think some of them don't always understand. And it's a matter of training, and it's not this training, it's a little further down the line, so it gets to the actual block captain.
Absolutely. We're talking about, one of the things that Kelly, we talked about was, hey, could we make a little flyer? The block captains and engage everybody to make sure, do you know about this, a handout? But also, there's a little bit of a pain point with getting people to take the time to do it. So could we make potentially that night when people are checking in, maybe their block captain has some laptops at their meeting point, or get people to do it on the spot, potentially.
I just think there's a lot of things that we could do just with YouTube alone, because we already have our site. We're getting people there. And then they can see. I used to use Facebook a lot. I'm just kind of burned out this last little bit and haven't gotten on for probably 6 months, just here and there. But that doesn't mean that I don't go there to see that there's, check out and see if something's happening. But darn it, I wish more people did. When I started getting involved, I had to come here to get my little agenda. To see what it was, and it was always a roll of the dice to see if I was coming or not. But it took a lot of engagement for me to be engaged back in the 90s. And so I appreciate the ability to just click of a button.
I think block captains can get everybody signed up.
Yes.
Really, that'd be really simple to do.
I think that's real good public service if we could get them to.
Lindon, we could have something at Lindon Days. We could have a table and a booth at Lindon Days, as well. Go ahead, Kelly's.
I was gonna say, we're really close to my part. If we wanted to, we can move on to that, because I have some ideas about some of this stuff.
Okay, awesome.
Anyway, just kind of utilizing.
as
Good
many-
transition.
As many platforms as
I love
possible
it.
to engage
Yes.
people.
Before we leave this, I regularly talk to people throughout the community, and I ask them all these very questions one-on-one. Most of them don't care. They would like the information, but most of them aren't willing to look up, as I share with them, the newsletter that they can get so easily. They don't care that they can look on Facebook, okay? And we've discussed that as a historical commission. And our first thought was that we should rent an airplane and put a sign behind it and fly it over, but that could be a waste of money. But I've seen in Riverton City, out in front of the city hall, they have an electronic sign on the road. And right out there would be a place that most of the people in Lindon are going to see it, just as they drive by. We'd be very visible, could be done with very short notice, changed electronically. Nobody has to go put it up somewhere, nor do they have to be anywhere specific. And I've talked to people that are more than happy to donate the money. I don't know what the cost would be yet, but I have people that have said to me, I'd love to donate to that.
Okay.
I just throw that out there.
Would we need to look at our sign ordinance to do that?
We'll revisit that, and
Yeah.
we had actually some estimates and bids and mock-ups, and it's been a few years, so we'll resurrect that, but.
Do we still send out utility bills? Or is it all
We do
electronic?
mail, it's probably about 50-50, I would guess, electronic versus mail.
'Cause I'm thinking both the electronic and then also the hard copy, we could just put how to register for the Everbridge.
Yeah, we can.
We may be able to pick a few people up that way.
I think we can, there's a very small spot for
Yeah.
notation, so.
Is it appropriate, this is just shooting from the hip, to try to do something through the schools for the high school students for the over 18, for the seniors, or I don't know, to try to get them to register?
Yeah.
Just a thought. I don't want to cross any inappropriate boundaries, but
Yeah, I'll have to think on that one.
So,
thought,
is Kelly presenting this next item?
yes.
Yes.
Come on up,
So-
Kelly. We're gonna get you going here. Because it sounds like you want to say everything we're saying. Yeah, that's right.
So I think the next item on the agenda may be the emergency operations plan and then a quick training after that.
That's true. It's adoption of the
So-
emergency operation plan,
I kind of like.
review and action, so.
So with the emergency operations plan, I know you all got a copy of that, and it is very similar to last year when it was promulgated. There's only a handful of minor and major changes. I think you have a list of those as well. I thought I would go over the major changes. If any of the minor ones are something you're interested in discussing, we can certainly do that. The first major changes were in pages 5 to 13, and I felt like there needs to be some addition of and clarification of various terms. And I'm actually going to use that as part of the training, so if there's no questions about that up front, I'm willing to just not touch that one unless you already know that you have a question about some of those terms.
Anyone?
Which, I
You
guess
good?
that's the question. Do you have any?
No questions here.
Okay. And the next one was a major change on page 20, which was the addition of the establishment and duties of a PIO. I think that wasn't in there prior to this. It's a typical part of an emergency operations plan, but because we already had those established as the city manager and the police chief, I think they just kind of didn't
Assumed.
get. Yeah, it was an assumption, and that's gotten fixed. So then all of the rest of the major changes were in the appendices. We ended up just adding one additional mutual aid agreement. It was the statewide mutual aid agreement. That's nothing that we have to approve. It exists at the state level, but it does have to do with emergency operations. So I thought that I would put that in there for just to have it on record and so that we understand what that is at the city level. There is a Public Works mutual aid agreement that there's the potential that we could sign if we want to. That's something that I think Public Works and Mr. Hawes are going to be looking at. Are there any questions about the mutual aid agreements? Some of the other ones that we thought about putting in there really don't have to do with emergency operations, so we opted to scrap putting them in the EOP. The next major change is actually just the update to the council assignments and Mayor Pro Tem for 2021.
To that point,
Yeah.
I know I've mentioned this before, but I think without looking, who knows who's Mayor Pro Tem currently?
I'd have to look.
Yes. So I was thinking that maybe we could have just sign up here so that we know so we all know who it is. It just would be helpful to, I know I've talked about having the little placards that have them, but even if we just had a small one, just as a reminder of who is acting Mayor Pro Tem without us having to look at in an emergency situation. Do we know?
The way it works now is Adam contacts you and
Yes.
says, the mayor's gone, you're the mayor pro tem.
But do you know who Mayor Pro Tem is right now?
I know where to find it. It's hanging on my board in front of my computer, so.
Right? I mean,
it's online too, so.
right, I know, it's a quick search and
Yeah.
you used to.
So who is it, Randy?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. If you're gonna ask the question,
I
you
don't
need to
know.
have the answer.
That's what I'm saying. In a case of an emergency, how do we know who to turn to? If you were out of state and, am I supposed to, look that up and say, okay, Carolyn, you're in charge, come on down. So, or are we all gonna end up coming on down? And it's who do we rally behind, not all rally towards? And I see that like in mass things that happen on the news. You see council members that get forward and they get in front of a mic and you're like, no. It's the mayor and then Mayor Pro Tem, and it's just, I don't know, just so that we have the tip of the spear and we know who that backup to the mayor is, I think is really helpful for us. I've seen too many people put their foot in their mouth publicly in situations, in areas outside of here, that I think it'd be nice to help.
And we do not want that to happen.
No, we don't.
Well, we don't, but now
I don't
there's-
think I could get my foot in my mouth, but I could say things that would appear that I had my foot in my mouth, so, good.
Yeah,
Well,
we
that's a
just
good
did that.
comment.
Well, there's now one more location where you could look that up if you needed to, and it happens to be in our emergency operations plan, and we will update that annually, just to be sure that it's in there. And then the last two major changes were actually additions of new appendices. There's an emergency management coordinator succession plan that was mandated by law from Utah State this year, so we put that in. And also ICS command and general staff responsibilities. We haven't done a lot of ICS role training within the city. Some individual members of the city have taken some of the FEMA independent study courses that help them to understand ICS roles, but that isn't something that we've ever mandated as a city that we need to do, and therefore it is kind of spotty. Some people have and some people haven't. I put those in as the basically most basic kind of set of instructions. If somebody said, okay, if I'm in this role, what does that include? And typically those things are assigned based on one, training, but also it generally will go along with what you do as an employee already. So I would never step in as the chief of police, and he probably would not be a water inspector. And so those ICS roles would just help somebody if they had to step in quickly into an emergency situation to understand exactly what the role entails. Are there any questions about the emergency operations plan?
Okay,
Great,
that was even great, wasn't it?
that was. So
Better than anticipated.
So I think at this point, it's just a matter of adopting it.
Any more questions? Okay, who wants to step forward?
Mayor Pro Tem is Jake, by the way.
There you go.
In that case, allow me.
Who's next? Who's the next one?
After that, it is, let me find it.
I was gonna guess Van, but I could be
So
wrong.
Jake's back up is Randy.
Ooh,
Oh, I was gonna say, who's the
one that
next?
follows after.
Who follows
So
Jake?
starting in July, it's Carolyn.
Carolyn, okay.
That's
All
the-
right.
If a beam
No
hits me and mayor
vacations.
in this earthquake, Randy is in charge as backup mayor pro tem. Okay. That's good to know.
Found something new
Mayor.
tonight. That's good.
I'll need
You
to
ready?
ask, okay, Jake's taking it.
Oh, you gonna do it?
Did you have questions?
No, I just said with the pro tem, maybe we should coordinate like that we're not out of town at the same time as the mayor.
Schedule. I love it.
I'm with you. Kelly, thanks for all your work. I move to approve Resolution 2021-14-R adopting the updated emergency operation plan as presented with no changes.
I'll second it
We have a
gladly.
motion by Jake, a second by Carolyn. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
All
That's-
right.
That's fantastic. So the next thing.
Training's next.
Yeah, training is next, and that is what we're gonna move on to expediently. So,
I like the way you work. Keep it up.
thanks. I was actually gonna mention that too, is sometimes I get talking a little bit fast. So if you have a question somewhere in the middle, please feel free to interrupt me and ask. I will stop occasionally to see if you have any questions, but please interrupt me. I wanted to go through some of the major changes that were actually in that first section of additions and clarifications of terms having to do specifically with emergency management. This is in preparation for some training that I'd like to present to you preferably prior to, but perhaps on the night of the drill, depending on what the council would prefer to experience around September 13th. And so some of this kind of leads up to a short training that I would like to do then. One of the things that I added was the national preparedness goals. So this is something that is set by the nation, by FEMA. It's a very simple sentence. A secure and resilient nation with the capabilities required across the whole community to prevent, protect against, mitigate, respond to, and recover from the threats and hazards that pose the greatest risk. And then following that preparedness goal, they split out each of those things. So the prevention, the protection, the mitigation, the response, and the recovery. And I put in, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, Adam, thanks. I went ahead and put in this smart art into the emergency operation plan that delineates these 5 mission areas. And also then reviews the 32 core capabilities that have been recognized at the national level as things that you can develop within your institution or your city. So some of those things like planning, public information, which we've talked about a lot already tonight, which I'm really glad to have heard some of that discussion. Public information and warning systems are one of the hardest things to get under wraps, one of the quickest things to break down, and it actually, as you can see, goes across all of those different 5 mission areas. So as some of these, are very specific to one mission area, some of them cover all or a couple of mission areas. So as we do things like exercising, planning, training, these are the kinds of things that we can say, is there a core capability of which we are less capable? Is there something that we would like to strengthen? And these are some of the ones that have been nationally recognized. Okay, moving on. This next cycle here is specific to emergency management itself, which is very similar to those 5 missions, but is a little bit different. Some people, in fact, don't even use prevention within this cycle. I chose to because I think it's important, but often it's mitigation by itself. But prevention and mitigation is one of the things that emergency management is really specifically involved in. Preparedness efforts, response to a situation, and also recovery. All of these have different tasks, different projects, and different timelines. So obviously prevention, mitigation, and preparedness are all pre-incident, pre-disaster, pre-event. This is where I really get into some specifics, and the next page has a lot of words on it, but I wanted to actually kind of review some of the things that we as a city are involved in all the time. It's not just me, it is all of our departments and yourselves in forming policy and helping making financial decisions. So I'm doing things like vulnerability and risk assessments, which I know we have done as a city to say, okay, where are our vulnerabilities, where are our risks? Cybersecurity training, we've done some of that. That's a big thing that's kind of up and coming. It was less important 20 years ago, and now cybersecurity is, you're seeing entire power grids getting shut down by hackers. So cybersecurity is super important. The pre-disaster mitigation plan, this is something that is done by MAG, and it is reviewed every 3 to 5 years. They usually go closer to the 5-year mark. That is something that is tri-county, so Utah County is one of the counties that they cover when they make this plan. Adam and I actually just went to a meeting last week, 2 weeks ago, recently, to look at the update for that. The city council actually, I don't know if it's an adoption or I think it's an adoption. The last MAG plan on October 3rd, 2017. And when this one gets finished up, it will be presented to you as well for adoption. It does allow us to look at, as a city, at some of the vulnerabilities that we would like to address within the next 5 to even 20 years, looking long-term at mitigation. It also is required if we want to look at certain grants that are done through FEMA. For example, it used to be called the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Grant, which is a mouthful, so they changed it to BRIC. BRIC is building resilient infrastructure in communities, and we're actually looking at some BRIC grant funding for a couple of projects in the city for this upcoming year. Crossing our fingers on that. So anything that's future looking is in prevention and mitigation. We've talked a lot about infrastructure repair and replacement. That's mitigation, fix the problem before it becomes a problem. There are programs out there for things like earthquake retrofitting, like Fix the Bricks. That's not available to us. That's something that's only done in Salt Lake City. But the state right now is doing, they are looking at they're doing a feasibility study to see whether they can expand that to other places. Any 5-year plans? By the way, that picture of the lift station that looks so pretty, and you asked if it's still so pretty, I actually just did a tour with one, and it looks amazing. So it's been very well kept up. Good. Yeah. Fire restrictions, we talked about those too. So we have annual fire restrictions, usually in our hottest months, just so that everybody is aware. Fire season usually runs from July to August, and this year the state went to a level 1 in March. That is way earlier than normal, and we expect that it's going to run later than normal as well, like last year. So there are additional things that can be done: maintaining fire breaks, clearing defensible spaces around homes, particularly if they are in that urban interface close to wildland. Public fire prevention education and other kinds of fire-wise practices. We're looking at some of those with the chief and with Adam to try to decide what of those we might adopt here in the city and use in terms of public education. The NOVA program, helping kids early in life to recognize and prevent crimes and other issues. There was a Red Cross down there. These are, by the way, everything on this list is stuff that we have looked at this year, within the last 12 months. Red Cross Sound the Alarm program. So that's a family home fire safety education program that the Red Cross, that people can do. And this year, because of COVID, they actually did them through Zoom links, but it's individual with families. So they send a representative to the home, or in this case, they did Zoom, and it's one-on-one with a Red Cross representative who can help educate one family or one unit on some fire safety. See something, say something. So when you're looking at prevention, it's also having to do with crime and terrorist activities, and then other public education and outreach. We did the preparedness fair back in 2019. We did not obviously do that this past year, but it had 26 vendors in 8 classes. And then we started a lecture series in 2019. We had 5 different lectures then. The last one of which I think Carolyn actually was there for. I don't remember if the rest of you were, but it was actually in communicable disease control in November 2019.
Like the week before.
Yeah. And then, unfortunately, most of them in 2020 were canceled, but we did do one, which was real events in Utah from past years and the people that responded to them. We had the county emergency manager come and present that, and he had a lot of, it was very good. A lot of pictures and videos, because I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding that because it hasn't happened to you, it can't happen at all. That's where preparedness gets kind of important, because it's hard for people to think about things that they don't want to think about. Also floodplain management, we do that a lot of floodplain management policy and other things, planning here in the city. Preparedness, so we talked about Everbridge and communication plans. I have here some Everbridge cards that we can use at any event in the city. It has a QR code, very easy to use your phone. It'll take you to a direct link. There are 2 Everbridge systems. I think it's important for everybody to understand that there's one that is run by Utah County, which has all of the cities on it except for 4, and then there are separate accounts for those 4 cities. Lindon is one of those. This particular QR code will take you to a page that has a link to both. So let's say that you live in Lindon and work somewhere else, or you work in Lindon and you live somewhere else. I recommend that people sign up for both so that they can get whatever kinds of notifications. And Adam, I think one of the things that is great about the Everbridge system too is that people can sign up and they can check off what kinds of notifications they want to get. So if they only want to get emergency notifications, that's an option. But if they want to say, yes, tell me about the city events, yes, I'm CERT trained, there are options where they can say, yeah, I want these additional notifications, or if they want to pare back and only get the emergency notifications, that's an option as well. Families and individuals being response ready. 72-hour kits, fire, earthquake, evacuation drills, communication plans. I can't stress this enough. I'm a big believer that you are only as prepared as your citizens are prepared for themselves. There are things that we can do as a city, but the more prepared every family and individual is, the better off the entire group is. I know there have been people who've said, well, I store everything, all of my food storage, all of my everything is in the basement. What happens if I have a problem, if there's an earthquake? And I have always thought, because I do the same thing, the more of us who store them in the basements, or anywhere, the more of us who have some sort of response-ready materials, the more of us are available to help those who may have a problem. Always a choice whether to do that, but I think in our community there would be a lot of people wanting to help. So the emergency management trailers, we have a new emergency management trailer. We have actually revamped both of those, and those are ready to roll. Technology, software, things that help with continuity of operations. So if you have some sort of disruption of a situation, you can get back to work as fast as possible. Anything that's professional development. I'm involved in VOAD meetings and also county emergency management meetings, and also LEPC, which is specific for hazmat. And the emergency management planning grant. So let's talk about CERT for a second. I think it's super important that we actually get that running, in part because it's one of the things that I get in terms of feedback when we do the drill. It's one of the things that I have gotten for, well, we're on our 13th year. So for 12 years, people have said, what are we gonna do with CERT? I'm CERT trained, I'd like a chance to practice, or I'm not CERT trained, what is that? Is that an availability, something that's available for our city? And when it comes to the training itself, we've always sent them to Orem or Provo. I have been talking to the emergency managers in Orem and Provo, and we are working together to try to make sure that if we have enough interest, we can hold those training meetings here at the community center for Lindon residents if they want to be trained, that we can do refresher courses, that we can do. Chief was actually saying maybe we could do some either real events or training sort of things that the police were involved in so that people could really practice. We're planning to kick that off this September by actually adding a CERT component on the night of the drill, which is one more thing to do on the night of the drill, so I'm pretty excited about that. I think it will go well because we already have some instructors that are stepping up to the plate to be able to run that portion of things. The emergency management planning grant is something that I have applied for the last few years and received. The amount in that changes pretty substantially depending on what the state allocates. So I think the first year it was close to about 6,000, and then this year it was 5,000 because more entities applied. This next year, as a one-time only, it's actually going to be double that plus some, and I think that we could do some CERT support through that grant.
That's what I was going to follow up with you, is what was discussed was we haven't had CERT active now.
That's right.
For very long, and so what are the costs? There's a cost to take the class, there's the kitting that each, certified emergency response team member has to keep on hand ready as like a to-go kit,
So the cost of the class is the cost of the kit. People don't pay for anything but the kit, it's $35. In order to have a class, they like it to be between 15 and 20 people. If you get up to 25, that's too many. They want to have more than one class at that point. If you have less than 15, it's kind of, you can do it, but they prefer 15 to 20. I'd be surprised if we didn't get at least one class worth of interest by reintroducing it at the drill this next year. Speaking of drills and exercises, that's next on the list. So we always do the Lindon City drill. We're doing block action system radio tabletop exercise with the chief and other entities with whom we want to cooperate. We were doing city council training and also CERT for this year. So there are a number of others I'm not going to go over here that I have either participated in or plan to, but I did want to actually bring up one specifically, which is the Oak Canyon Junior High Evacuation Reunification Drill. That I'm super proud of them. I think they may be the first school in Utah, but I don't know that that's accurate, but certainly they're the first large school in Utah County who has actually practiced a reunification drill. So that's the idea that if students needed to be evacuated off campus for some reason, how do you make sure that they get safely reunified with their family members? This came out of a tabletop exercise that we did with the school. We did an active shooter tabletop exercise a couple of summers ago. And this was one of the things, we had 3 people who had come from Columbine. And they helped present as part of this tabletop exercise. And they said that that was one of the most traumatizing things for them as students was the reunification process. So the state actually put in some laws that say that schools need to have reunification plans. And the schools are in different states of creating those and practicing them. But Oak Canyon Junior High actually, I think, is right now unique in its ability to have actually practiced that in person, and they're planning to do an even larger drill this fall. So I'm very proud of them for that. I'm gonna skip some of the next part, but we have a lot of plans, a lot of things that are part of that preparedness effort. With response, it's kind of interesting because we haven't had, outside of daily PD responses, which are constant, daily public work responses, which are constant, public information officer responses, which are pretty constant. Lindon's been pretty lucky, and we haven't had anything that has been a large-scale issue that we've needed to respond to. But just in 2020, we did have an earthquake. We were asked by the state to do a damage assessment for that. There was the windstorm just north of us that was catastrophic for some individuals, and we did have a mutual aid request to help with some of the clearing for that. There were protests. There was at least one riot, but there were certainly planned protests, and we had mutual aid requests for those. There were more than one fire for which we had to be at least quite aware of what was happening, and actually attend EOC planning meetings and response to make sure that we were on top of things. We had water access requests for that. And now we're dealing with drought currently, and so I know we've had to do a lot of public messaging for that. Not to mention COVID-19, which was its own beast, and there's a whole list of things that we did to help with that. So down at the bottom, we've talked about emergency support functions. Prior to this, it is within the emergency operations plan. And that's kind of a who do you call for what and when. Added to that, now we have community lifelines, and that is the last thing that I'll talk about here, but it's a new program to make sure that we know what we're responding to. So in terms of recovery, we've got a lot of COVID recovery things in the works, including CARES Act and ARPA, which has been discussed tonight, vaccine education, all sorts of things. Drought kind of goes over all of these phases: mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery, but I would say that we're gonna probably be in the middle of all four of those for a time. The range fire, in case you're curious, that's the one that was, that burned up a lot of Timpanogos. There's a lot of recovery going on with that right now. There's been a ton of reseeding, excavation efforts, berms, fire breaks, upgraded fire suppression around the range.
There's been one silver lining to the drought, and that's the Hobble Creek fire would have had, that whole area would have had tremendous potential mudslides from that burn scar out there, Mapleton and.
Yeah, in fact, there is a tremendous amount of potential for a mudslide there, and I actually have the numbers on that. They do it by how big a storm it is and how often it will happen, and they're basically saying one big storm will bring down a mudslide up there. So there's a lot of efforts to do sandbagging and things. In fact, there was one just recently or just coming up here. And in terms of recovery, last thing on this list, we've got some recovery planning. That is what I'd actually like to do the training on. It will be more hands-on than me just talking for the 5 of you. I took a really fantastic FEMA course. It was a week long on recovery, because it's something that doesn't usually, in all the efforts at preparedness and mitigation, it's not something that people tend to think about before a disaster has happened. And the class was about all the benefits of looking at things like making sure that you have an idea of what that takes financially, an idea of what it takes mentally, and an idea of what it takes in terms of timing, because really large disasters don't necessarily you don't recover in a matter of weeks. It can be months, years, or even decades. And so looking at some of the intricacies of that. Last is just this image, which is the new community lifelines, is also in the emergency operations plan. This is something that was actually just released last year. It was practiced for 2 years prior in certain events. And it's a way to very quickly be able to identify what are the things that you have to approach. What are the lifelines that allow things to function within your community, and be able to identify those with an icon that then gets a red, a green, a yellow circle around it, so that anybody who walked into the EOC could immediately say, okay, I know what's working, I know what's not working, and now we can talk about how to fix it. That's all I have about that. We are planning, as a part of the Lindon City Drill this year, to have a training item for the block captains to take with Everbridge. I like the idea of having laptops and phones available for people to sign themselves up. I don't think that the block captains should sign people up. I think that gets into a little bit of, I think people should have the say whether or not they're signed up for a public system like that. But we do have these already available that we could put into any events that are coming up. We can use them for block captains to hand out. I also wanted to mention that we could put Everbridge into a Lindon Days brochure, a link for that, or information about it. You guys talked about putting videos together for YouTube. I thought we might do some of that for the drill, and we could easily do one for Everbridge. I say easily. I don't know who the star of that movie is going to be, but I don't want it to be me. Randy would be perfect.
I'm not the one that has an IMVD or whatever that is on this panel.
Lindon Days Magazine.
The Lindon Days, Days magazine. Another idea that I thought of a couple of years ago, actually, in order to get businesses more involved, either in setting up an account with Everbridge or doing some proactive preparedness kinds of things, is that we would have, in theory, this is an idea, we could have a list of things that if they engaged in any of these ways in some sort of preparedness activity, they get entered into a drawing to have maybe free advertising space or something in the Lindon Days magazine or somewhere else, a banner that gets put up somewhere in the city. I agree, I don't know about the electronic sign, but I agree that sometimes public outreach really is about reaching out to the public, having something that's big and in front of you. So banners and kiosks and things like that are also options. And that is it. Any questions?
You're fabulous.
Thank you.
See, I have a list of, no, I don't.
I know, we're right at the end of the meeting. If you have questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
I just appreciate your enthusiasm and your attention to detail and helping bring us along. And, I think there are a lot of good ideas that were talked about tonight that collectively we can pursue those opportunities and hopefully enhance our ability to be prepared and be able to communicate. Because you're right, communication's the big, when things go crazy, you've got to make sure you've got a good way of communicating.
Within that state mandate that had the emergency management succession plan, they also want a communication plan. We couldn't put that together yet because the law was passed so recently that we need more instruction from them about what they want.
Yeah.
But that's something that we'll be looking at over the next year, 2 years, to make sure that we have very specific communication plans put in place as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to show my ignorance, but do we have some sort of a block captain type system for the commercial and nothing for any of those, like,
No,
canopies?
I think that's one of the biggest holes in our preparedness, honestly, is our commercial. I think when it comes to Everbridge, if it was important enough, you could even put into an announcement, please go tell your neighbor this. We could use the block captain system. It works very well within the city. And I know we've discussed, it's kind of been thrown out whether to use that even just a couple of times in the last year for real events. But I think when it comes to our businesses, that's one of our biggest holes. And Chief and I have talked about that some, and how to approach that, but I'm sure that we're open to ideas.
My son did it as his Eagle project
I have
last
the
year,
list
but
of
he
people
only
that he-
did
yeah.
State Street, and there's so many more to do.
It takes time. I went and canvassed. I actually walked business to business. I don't even know if I told anybody that I did this, but I went and walked business to business and talked to just about as many as I could prior to a business continuity planning meeting that I held as one of those lectures in 2019. And the response was
It was
small. It was, yeah. We had one large business who came and actually
Got
really,
involved in the drill. And
yeah, they did a drill. They did all kinds of really great things. But we need some way, and I've tried to work through the Chamber of Commerce. We just need some way to kind of
So I have
broach
a
that, I think.
question for you,
Mhm.
or staff as well. When someone does their business renewal, or I guess we don't do that anymore. We don't have like the same business renewal outreach once a year, or when they set up anything new. Is there something that we could do that's part of that onboarding?
I know it's offered for utility signups. There's a box to check if they want to enroll in that. I don't know on or business licenses. I'll have to ask that and see.
I know in 2011 and 12, I walked businesses with Joanne Larson.
Yeah.
And it's a good experience to get in there and talk
It
with
is.
people. And, opportunities for us to be able to do that with you or for you. I personally would not be opposed to that.
Okay,
So.
great. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that too is so critical is if there was an event, businesses sometimes have machinery or equipment and, things, and that reunification efforts, I mean, we need to have our
Yeah.
business players on board and.
The risk manager for Pacificor actually is going to give myself and Chief Brower a tour of their facilities here coming up in just about a week. And that was one of the things he asked me is if we had a problem, because they have chemicals coming in there all the time, is there a way that they can notify the businesses just around them? And so these are real questions. Yeah, they're real questions and real important issues. We have a lot of Tier 2 hazmat materials in Lindon.
And if possible, putting together a brochure packet of some type would be an expensive proposition, but if we could take some sort of a handout, similar to that with a QR code that, but then take them to a digital brochure or packet of information that these communities, these businesses could access and then weave their way into us being able to have contact with them, I think would be something very helpful.
I think, Jake and I are involved in the PG Lindon Chamber, and that maybe that's something that we just bring up with the board and to say, hey, all the members in our chamber, let's do something, an outreach, just saying, hey.
That would be fantastic. Both in terms of communication and notification, this is something that I talk to other emergency managers about too. And like our Everbridge is actually much higher buy-in than
the county,
than other cities that I know of. And all of them have talked about it's just chipping away at it. There's no blanket way that you can get everybody to sign up. Some people will refuse to sign up no matter what, but that it's hitting a message in a utility bill. It's doing it at your public event. It's sending out a pamphlet. It's using the block captains and a little at a time.
Sadly, the one that'll give you the biggest return is an emergency. You have an emergency, and then you get people signing up, and that's not the way we want to do it.
We've capitalized on that. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe that's not the right word, but we have. I know that there have been times where people are looking for information about, say, a fire, and there's been a Facebook post. Here's where you can sign up for emergency notifications. So.
During the boil order, we added about 1,000 new subscribers to our Facebook page a few years ago in 24 hours, and so. Yeah, it was the first big boil order we had, and I hope to last. And it crashed our website. Our website, people were looking for information, and it froze up to the point where we couldn't even upload it. And so we refer to everybody to Facebook because it's built for that larger, robust use.
Well, thank you. A lot of good information, and we'll follow up in preparation for the event in September. I'm anxious to see what you come up with.
Me too. I'm working we had a planning meeting this last week. We'll have another one in July and then a training meeting in August for all of our block captains. And the people who attended the planning meeting were really quite vocal in what they want and how to help do it. And I'm really excited about the community buy-in and having people help us to organize what it is we want in the city.
I think the chamber is a good point for the businesses. We ought to be able to
I
get
think
some
so.
leverage there, and some traction. And
Yeah, especially as you already have a relationship built with them. I think that would be great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion.
Let's see, we've got public hearing, another one. Brian Hawes.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Randy. Second by Van, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Brian.
Okay, this should go fairly quick. This is really a cleanup that we're doing. This year, the legislature in Senate Bill 201 went through and recognized the fact that subscriptions to printed newspapers are plummeting dramatically, and people just aren't using them for notifications anymore. That's been the traditional basis for getting public notices out. So the state legislature changed out and kind of 90% of the statute where it was required to publish notice in a newspaper, they've switched that out and said, okay, now we need to publish it in a public notification website that the state runs. Our code had 13 different code sections in it that still required us to publish in the newspaper. And this ordinance simply is bringing our code into line with the state code. Where I simply referenced the state code. There were a couple sections where, like, we define what reasonable notice means. So there, we had to use our own term. But basically, that's what we're doing, is just making sure that we're getting our public notices out in a way that the public can now easily access them and practically access them. So that's the gist of it. Like I said, there were quite a few that we had to amend. But if you have any questions, I could go over each one if you wanted, but there's 13, so I think we've got 10 or 12 pages in this ordinance, so it seems really long.
You've got it covered, basically.
But we've got it covered. We're
Based
just
upon the state direction that
Right.
allows us to, rather than use newspapers, the state public, is a state public site, right?
It's called, yeah, it's the public notice website run by the state. We're also required to publish it on our website too, under the state code in a number of places. And there's still some places where we need to post notices, but again, that's all laid out in the state code, and we're just trying to bring our code sections into compliance with state code.
So it's different with posting versus mailing. So we haven't changed any of our mailing protocols.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's all the
That's
same.
my only question on this.
Yep.
Other questions?
Love the red highlights.
Yes.
It makes it easy to go through.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
public hearing, any public comment?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Van, second by Randy, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
I moved, if you don't mind, I move to approve ordinance 2021-14-0, adapting various sections of Lindon City Code relating to public noticing requirements as presented.
I'll second it.
we have a motion by Van, second by Carolyn, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Review and action, resolution 2021-15-R, watering restrictions. What fun we are going to have.
Take a quick.
Yeah, quick break.
So just the presentation?
Pull up. This one actually has some red line stuff instead of the presentation stuff.
Okay, whatever you
I
want.
didn't see you on the pickleball list.
They've seen in 2015.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Okay.
No, you should. I forgot about that.
Just a little bit of history on the master plan, and so, okay, thanks.
It buys me another 6 months.
And for whatever reason, the mouse is not appearing on that screen. Any idea on why that would be the case?
Did they just scope it? Is that what all they did?
Yeah, so this
So this is a second, yeah, this is extended, so, but this,
within the meniscus, and so it's torn in there,
yeah,
but
I don't know why, it's worked before, so.
playing softball, so my leg won't go straight, so they just go in there,
I don't think so, cause it's not even going up on the, see, it's highlighting, like if you,
and that same day, it's just full range of motion.
I don't know, man. Anyway,
So.
What is your settings in here? This is for your.
Oh, man, it's been too long sitting around. Kathy, what are these poppy seed ones?
yeah, it's worked before in the past, but I won't worry about it tonight, so we can just point to things.
Kind of hard to.
So,
Laser point over.
doesn't work, it reflects off of
That's what
that,
I
it's
thought,
like a
'cause this is
mirror,
green,
you
right?
can't see it.
Green will.
We tried green.
He's busy.
It didn't work either, so we need to get another green. We were gonna try a couple different
Mike, can I get you a
options,
cookie,
but-
buddy? Oh, thanks. You sure?
Yeah.
Lot?
So we'll,
It's not
so
have anything to do with the sharing settings then. It's
I
gonna
don't
be-
think so, cause it's worked before, but not a big deal, just a heads
So
up.
Adam, you gonna make this go quick?
You guys are in control of that one, so.
Well, I'm just saying, we'll come up with some guidelines and do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
You shut off the drinking fountain up there in St. Lawrence?
Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it.
Yeah, I got a big list of things you have to do now.
Hey, Trent says, thanks for being here today. He says he's doing
Well,
better.
I'm excited for the temple. It's gonna be great.
Yeah,
At church, I'm
I
on-
twisted my knee just on purpose, I wouldn't have to tell you.
I know, I'm in the Relief Society presidency, so I had to give some sort of announcement. It was our first time back at church. I got to say, hello, I call them my hallelujah hands, my Lord thinks they're funny, but Temple's like, I'm always like this. My bishop understands out, if I could, it'd be like out in the audience saying amen, praise the Lord, but I keep that to myself. I come from a long line of Protestants, and I have a great-grandfather was a Quaker minister. So, the Friends Church is what it's called, actually. And I've got his Bible and all that kind of stuff, so. Okay, so I'm gonna get this sent to her.
Oh, did they put you under?
Yeah, the house just west of the parking area.
Mhm.
It's in the street,
It's gonna be like one of
the
those.
Keach. And I met with them. They're gonna tear that little White House down and build it tall. And they wanted to somehow coordinate with the church.
Got your folding chairs, you're all
Carry
ready.
the
If you got me
power.
on the ropes, maybe Adam will come in, you
And
know,
they're willing to,
tap out.
I guess, share some of the costs. And so I'm trying to hook them up to make it
Now,
work.
that's, the one that's right next to it, they just painted gray, right?
No, I think it's, well, I don't know, maybe it is gray.
White.
It's a small one, that's where Jennifer and Randy lived for a little while. But their intent is, we met there and spent about an hour.
The next one down
Is the
was
one
the
that
gray,
they,
was
yeah,
the one that Ray,
Ray.
no, was his name, no, what's,
That's right.
Ray?
So that's what I want to see, is
Dave likes
That
to
sounds
quote,
right.
everybody understands it's an extreme drought.
Right, and because of that,
opening up Center
watering
Street.
more because it's just-
And when he came back in,
we've got that
when they
issue.
opened it up, he says,
We've got that the Purple River Commissioner
Dave
just
quotes us
limited us
oftentimes.
and said, you only
It's
need
not
to
quite
get
the
right
house high
now
what
and
you
it'll
thought
get
it was gonna
worse.
be, so when we drive down Center
80%
Street.
of what usually we have available.
And Dave just appreciated him coming in and admitting that it wasn't as bad, it was gonna be wrong, as bad.
Water, so those two don't work real well together. And then we've got some mechanical issues, which is a real problem, the short term problem right now. So we can't even deliver. So we've kind of got the perfect storm. Not a great time.
You gonna take off? Thanks for being here. Okay, I think we're ready to go on.
So, we're good? I'm gonna jump into it. Just a little history on our water capital facilities plan. This is the one that's currently in place, but that we're updating this fall. This is just a few excerpts from that, and in the executive summary, it identified, this was adopted in 2016. It identified that based on growth estimates for system build out, additional storage is required about year 2024. So that's the tank that we've been looking at, trying to save some money for it. And then the next sentence, although Lindon's existing system can meet peak day demands with wells 1, 2, 3, or the spring offline, the system does not have complete source redundancy because if well number 4 is not operational, demands exceed source capacity. This is culinary, so this is what we experienced a month or so ago when number 4 had problems and went down, and we sent out the message for people to conserve culinary water. During the winter time, the 3 wells are sufficient on their own. And so we've known this for a number of years, which is hence we're looking for future well sites. In 2018, we had a study done by an engineering firm, and they identified a few locations. And then we are now hoping that this, well, not hoping, it will be modeled based on those potential locations as part of this master plan update this fall on how that well distributes and functions within the system. There's just a few other identifying things. Just on peak day demands with any single source offline, Lindon is not able to keep up with culinary water demands. A couple other items that just history. So the city constructed its first well in 1948. And then that was after the springs that were built in 1924. That is why the city incorporated in 1924, was to develop a water system in the city. 3 more wells were constructed in 1962, 68, and 75. Those are the 3 that are still in operation. And then the 4th, I don't know if that was the one in 48 and it's been rebuilt. I don't know the answer to that, so I'm assuming that's the case. The exterior of these and the parts and components to these wells, they look newer. There's been certainly retrofits and upgrades, but the actual well locations, the original drilling was at these dates. And then in the early 1990s, we developed our secondary water system, and a large part of that, reading through some of the history that I've seen, was to take pressure off of the culinary system. So it was, better water-wise use for taking that irrigation water and being able to put it in people's yards, but also takes pressure off the culinary because everybody's not trying to water with their culinary system. Just a couple other highlights from that. Again, a notation that if well 4 ever becomes inoperable, that there would be insufficient culinary to meet demands during the summer. One item that, just an FYI, this is not atypical. Emergency storage, if we are ever to run out of water, if all of our wells right now, none of them have generators. We have budgeted the last couple of years for generators and haven't been able to get to implementation. Juan's aware of that, and he's taken that mantra to make sure we get those installed this year. And so we have about 12 hours of expected water capacity if there is a massive power outage. That's about our reserves in our culinary tanks. And that meets the state requirement for that reserve level. But if there's a fire during an earthquake, we will likely not have much water to put it out. And so that's something that we've looked at. There's fire flow calculations that have to be met as far as sizing and designing for emergency storage on water tanks. And so those are all components that they're looking at. There's state minimum guidelines, but just a FYI, I think people have that misconception that the water will keep flowing in an emergency, and it will not. At some point, it is gone.
I mean, you want to update the count, and maybe you're already aware of this, the fact that we put in a connection emergency with Pleasant Grove.
Yeah, we can.
Did that several years ago, and in the event that PG or Lindon needed some added capacity, and we just
So-
checked it out again.
Yeah, on this number 3 up here on the top right, it's been 25-ish, or mid to late 90s, we think. There was a connection that was put in to connect Pleasant Grove's water system to Lindon's. There used to be one connecting Orem's to Lindon's, and it was basically valves on 2 sides that we could open up and share water if needed in emergency. There's a lot of science that goes into it to see and make sure that pressure zones are correct, that one, if we opened those valves, it doesn't suck the water one way or the other. And so thankfully, the one with Orem was disconnected a number of years ago. This one with Pleasant Grove was still intact but had never been used. They spent on this day when we had well number 4 go down, they spent most of that day flushing those between those 2 connections, and then they rebuilt the pressure regulating valve, the PRVs, that were on either side of that. Tested it. Yes, it will work at certain times of the day, basically. And so again, it depends on the pressures on either side. But that was a good backstop measure. If we needed to utilize that, we could direct some water our way, potentially. So it was a nice thing. Pleasant Grove's Public Works staff helped most of the day, and while our staff was working on that area. So a very good cooperation between the cities. So this is our culinary network on the master plan that was done in 2016, just showing kind of some of those main lines. And it's just as an FYI with our culinary wells, there's generally where there's some plus marks that are identified on the map in the kind of the east of State Street.
Would it be possible to scroll up so we can see the whole?
Oh, the key, yes. Does that help? There you go. So each well pumps directly into the main lines that are adjacent to it. It's not like we can shut down one well and direct it to another side of town. So all of the wells are tied to the system in certain areas over here between State and the Murdoch Canal, basically. But we can't isolate the flow from one well to go to one area of town, if that makes sense. And so it is spreading out in a spider web kind of concept throughout the entire network. It is and pushing out into those areas. And you'll see with the secondary system, it's similar. So with our wells kind of being in the center eastern portion of town, and then they pump up the hill to the tanks, and then those tanks then pump up to additional tanks. There's booster pumps. So part of why our pricing with utility rates on water is highest for those that are further up the hill, because they have to cover those pumping electric charge rates. And then it's gravity feeding into different zones that are identified on this next map. So we have different pressure zones where the upper tank is Canberra tanks are feeding into that red zone on the right. And then the 2 million gallon tank is feeding to the next zone, and then it carries forward across the city. And they're separated, these little black and yellow triangular square symbols are pressure regulating valves, so that it's cutting the pressure down so that those at the very end aren't blowing their taps off. So kind of a complicated system, lots of moving parts and pieces. And with the secondary system, maybe, should we do a quick overview of that?
As you're switching between these two systems, I know I've mentioned to, you and I have had a conversation about this, but I'll say it here. I think it would be helpful for the council to have a field trip with Juan to see everything that goes on and have it coordinated, have a presentation in the field by Juan in preparation to know maybe what it is that we need to do to help boost up the reserves and plan for these infrastructure updates in the near or far future. So,
I second that motion. I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we will set something up there, so.
thank you.
So with the secondary system, it's kind of similar in nature. The majority, about 80 to 85% of our water is coming along the North Union Canal and then flowing into the Zone 3 reservoir, which is kind of on between, right on the border there of the pink and green towards the top. So it flows into that pond, and then from there are booster pumps which send that water up to 2 additional reservoirs on 140 North, and then way up at the top of the hill, and then another one up at the Canberra tanks that are up kind of in that Forest Service property. And then they gravity feed in a similar fashion to the culinary down to certain pressure zones across the city. Noah will kind of run through. We have some deficiencies here that we've run into, and some of these are things that are known, that were identified in our capital facilities plan, that yeah, we have some deficiencies. If X, Y, and Z happen, we're going to be short. And unfortunately, I think we're at that point. Our delivery of water can be supplemented somewhat. On the far right, there's a blue line that goes kind of north and south through the yellow and green zone. That is an aqueduct that we can get some supplemental water. It's at a premium, it costs more, and it is not enough to fully serve the entire city. So a concern we've talked about often is if the North Union ever had a blowout of significant proportions as it makes its multiple mile journey to Lindon, we would basically be out of secondary water.
Central Utah, isn't it, that aqueduct?
That one,
Yes,
is
the
that a
Alpine-
CUP?
the
The Alpine
When
Ridge?
we-
from Central Utah.
We are exploring currently an option, and we have budgeted funds this year to actually connect into the Murdoch pipeline system. So under where the trail is, there's that huge buried aqueduct, and we own some, it's a smaller amount, but we own some water rights in that system, and there is capacity for us to get it, but we have to physically build a connection from that pipe and then connect into one of our ponds. And so we've budgeted for that as a priority item in this year's budget that you just approved. And so, anything else high level before you get into details?
No, other than, since we can't use the mouse apparently, I don't know if I can come do the Vanna White thing. up by the
Yeah,
board.
go for it.
So, for the folks at home who can't see this. So as he said, so this is the North Union Canal, goes up here. This is our biggest reservoir, which is the Zone 3 pond, which really, the water gets there, then comes down into Zone 3. You can see down here. And like he said, we pump from there essentially to Zone 2, and then from Zone 2, we pump up to Zone 1. We just kind of keep lifting it.
And the Canadian geese really like that one a lot.
When there's water.
When there's water. Yes.
So I don't know, Adam, if you can, so right now we kind of have the perfect storm, not in a good way, which is, as you know, this is no surprise to anyone here if you've been reading the newspaper at all. The entire West is having a major drought of kind of, I'm not going to say biblical proportions, last day type proportions. We're having a major drought, which means with the additional heat, everyone wants to keep their lawn green, so they want to water more, only we have less water, which is exactly the situation we don't want to have, which is we have less water for people who want to water more. We'll talk about overwatering in a minute. But, so we've got that issue, and in addition to that, this is kind of the state of the secondary water system with what's going on. Because I know Van's kind of asked, okay, so is it a source problem? Do we just not have enough storage? Is it we don't have enough water? Or can we just not get the water that we have? And the answer to those is yes. So what's going on right now, we just got word from the Provo River Water Commissioner, which essentially, he regulates the Provo River, watches the levels in Deer Creek and the river, and he's the bad guy that gets to say, here's how much we can all use. So we actually have water at the end of the season. He's just brought us down to 80% of what we usually have, and he says there's more reductions coming. So
So right now, we're already reduced 20%. So that's, how much we can get from the North Union, and this is that Alpine Aqueduct. Both of those come from this, Provo River, in essence, and so they're both essentially reduced. We do have so much we have from here. We usually only use the Alpine Aqueduct towards the later part of the irrigation season when things get really hot to kind of supplement things. We are already needing to use that, which means when we use what we have, we aren't going to have any left at the end of the season. So we can keep our lawns green maybe now, but once we run out of what we have available, we don't have any more.
Visually, that is water coming in a few days ago from that aqueduct.
So this is reservoir number 2.
Yeah, on
Which is
140.
kind of the smaller one on 140 north, about 1050 east. Okay, and so you'll notice the water's coming in here. We don't usually see that this time of year. This is where it would be if it's full, kind of this bathtub ring, and you can see we're still down. And I'll talk about why we're using that already, other than it's really hot. There are some mechanical issues. So right here, Alpine Aqueduct is helping to make up the water that we lack due to Zone 3 pump station. So this is Zone 3. We take water from that and pump it up to Zone 2. There recently, we have 3 pumps in there, a large pump and 2 smaller pumps. There was a power fluctuation recently, within the last couple of weeks, due to some kind of Rocky Mountain power issue, which the controls on the pumps should have shut off and caught that. So they blew a fuse or something, and our water superintendent was watching things go up and down. Something weird was going on. This kind of gives you an idea of scale. Handsome man back there, I don't know who that is. But, so this is that pump station. To give you an idea,
It's
these
actually
are large things.
zone 2.
This is Zone 2 with the 3.
But it's similar to this. They are big pipes, big pumps, so.
And we'll talk about this one in just a second, so leave that picture up close. But back to the Zone 3 here. So we have 3 pumps in there, 1 large, 2 small. The power fluctuation caused something to happen. The 2 small pumps operated like they should have, and they recognized that something was going on through their controls, and they both shut off. The large pump, which pumps more water, did not shut off like it was supposed to, and so we essentially melted down our VFD, which is our variable frequency drive, which basically means instead of just turning it off and on, it kind of just ramps up and slows down based on the need. It burned that up, melted it down, as well as the pump. And that pump is, I want to say, a year or 2 old. So something happened so you can point fingers and say, okay, it's Rocky Mountain Power's fault, and then they would probably come back and they'll say, well, then why didn't your thing shut off? So it's both. Somehow, something went haywire there. So we're in the process of trying to get that pump replaced in the VFD, but we're kind of limping along right now. We're not getting the water we need from this one, which doesn't feed this zone, but it feeds essentially this zone from this reservoir. That makes sense. We pump it up in order to let it come back down. So this one is not getting the water it should from here, from this pump station, and consequently that's why we're taking the Alpine Aqueduct, which is that video that Adam just showed us.
When do we think we'll get that pump back?
That one will be a new pump, and everything right now with COVID that one will come sooner than the ones I'll talk about in just a second, but I think he was saying within the month, but that, right now, every day counts. So.
Within the month.
Within a month is what he thinks on this one on number 3. Sorry, Noah hasn't even gotten there. So on this one, that I showed you a photo of.
That's the picture with the handsome guy, 3 pumps.
So that one, we have 3 pumps and 1 is operational. And is that?
That's not quite the full story. If you go back to that picture, so because we knew that things were wearing out, these are all 3. These are the pumps and the motors. We replaced all 3 of these pumps within this last year, prior to the irrigation season, so that we would have everything up and running. We could find no literature, no documentation, so each pump has a specific, what's called a pump curve, which basically says, based on how much pressure is coming in, how much you're pumping, it kind of rides up and down on this curve. So we worked with the company, and they went out and tested the pressure as of the time that they were trying to figure out what's going on with the system, and essentially got it wrong. And so the impellers, so you think of a propeller on an airplane, you know, moves air. The impellers in here, all three of them are sized too small. They're not pumping what the pump can actually pump if they had the right impeller. And so when we found that out, we called them up and said, hey, what's going on? They said, yep, that's on us. We will replace those, but they've scoured the country and we can only find one. And it's not like these just come off the shelf and they fit a whole bunch of different pumps. They're very specific to the pump. They did find one. They got it here as quickly as possible. So we have one that's operating at full capacity and two that are essentially operating much below capacity. But in this pump station, the reason we have three, two are supposed to run all the time, and then there's a third that's redundant, or that we essentially cycle on. So that they're all getting the same wear time, but we have one in redundancy. So we're kind of running at 1.5 power, essentially, instead of what we should have, instead of 2. So that I don't know if that answers your question. How did this happen? We didn't have the documentation. We couldn't find it. They did what they thought was the right thing, and now we're basically trying to find. And that one.
So this
we're out
one
on that
is July 28th is when these other two impellers are supposed to be here, after they are machined and manufactured. And so at that point, when I heard that message, that's where I'm like, all right, we're with our water superintendent, the message that he is telling me right now is that he's getting up several times every night to make sure that the flow level in the tanks, those reservoirs that we saw, are sufficient and that we haven't had a problem with another pump, and people are draining it faster than it can keep up. So he's checking it multiple times a night, and I'm thinking we're already in this really hot drought period. We're supposed to have another 104 temp here in a week or two. We've got to do something to conserve. People are using it faster than we can pump it in there with our current situation. And so can we build ourselves out of this? Probably yes is the answer to that, but not this year.
Timely way.
And so, so July 28th is what our superintendent's been told on delivery, and then we have installation. And so
Installation shouldn't be
too bad.
But we've just got to get it, and they're making them, essentially. Because they're not something you can buy down at, Ace Hardware.
Installation is days, is it
Installation will
hours?
be days, because essentially they'll just take this part apart and put the new impeller in. So that isn't the problem. As far as installation, once we get the part, it's a quick fix. We got to get the part.
So we're down the bigger pump on zone 3, the lowest zone, and then these two are limping along, but that's where we're at. So the last few days, we haven't imposed any additional restrictions or anything, and kind of lifted that time frame where we had sent out messages to the community to conserve both culinary and secondary. It's kept up is the best I could phrase that. And so, but it's a constant concern that it only takes one more pump going down and we're out. So the expectation of use as much as you want, whenever you want, when we've talked about the idea of implementing a 3-day watering schedule, in our minds, the expectation is that we're theoretically cutting 50% of the users each day. And there may be some people that don't adhere to that, but we're hoping for good compliance, and so that there's not as much demand. Even if people use more thinking, okay, I can't water until 2 days from now, we're hopeful that it won't be as much as full on, I can water every day if I wanted to. And
That assumption that everybody's watering every day,
I'm not saying that they are, but right now we have no restriction on how often you can water. We have had reports from a landscaper called Juan and said, just letting you know, up in Canberra, there are people that have instructed us to water every day and set their timers that way. I don't know how widespread that is, but I did have one of the council members say they were watering 4 days a week when I talked to everybody. And so there's water usage that is unrestricted, and so we don't know how far spread that is.
It might be helpful if you want to pull up that thing from JUB from, some of you have seen this. This is a presentation that JUB did back in 2016. Should be.
Well, at least on the national, local news, they're recommending that northern Utah water twice a week and southern 3 times a week.
Right, and we talked to Pleasant Grove, some of their staff, and they said they have not implemented it yet. They're already doing the even odd.
Yeah.
But they are looking to go down to 2 days a week. I don't know when they would implement that. I can't speak for them, but they have been contemplating that. So this was a presentation, and some of you may remember this, and I'm just gonna hit the highlights or the lowlights. JUB did this back, but the system issues, this is for the PI system they gave back in 2016. You'll see we have the same exact issues still. Excessive water use, we'll look at that in a second. The system is struggling to satisfy high water use, for sure right now. I talked to Mark Christians and I called JEB and I said, okay, just level with me. You designed this for build out. Was it designed so that everyone could water as much as they wanted every day? And Mark Christian just started laughing. He said, well, of course not. You can't, I mean, we could have designed that system, but the city would not have wanted to have paid for that system. So the system was designed for lawn and garden use, but we do still have some large users. In other words, some larger connections that are on there. Those are going down, but they really put a strain on the system, and they're not all gone. So eventually at build out, we're kind of in this interesting interim period where they hadn't designed for those large users, but there's still some large users on there.
Industrial area that you're talking about?
Not so much, it's more like farms.
Okay, that's what I was,
Yeah, for PI stuff, we're talking not large culinary use, this is large pressure irrigation
Okay.
use. This is 5 years old, so now the infrastructure's even, 25 years old. This is the most interesting slide, I thought, which is they looked at how much water we're pulling out and how much water we should be using. They designed the system. Dave Thurgood designed the system, and I've worked with David Thurgood.
can I interrupt for just
Sure.
a second? I'm hoping that maybe it's sometime the public might be listening, and maybe we should have you on a mic. Just at least something a little closer. Sorry.
When was this data pulled that you're showing us now?
I want to say 2016, 2015, 2016.
1.8 times recommended usage, and that zone is, how recent is that?
This entire presentation, including that data, is from 2016. So we have not reanalyzed this. JB put this together back in 2016 prior to my being here, prior to Brad Jorgensen being here, I believe, shortly before he got here. So what this essentially shows, however, is that, and Dave Thurgood designed it this way, Utah State Extension Service, they have how much water you're supposed to use in order to keep your grass green, but not to flood your grass, right? So that's what these numbers represent. This is the recommended from Utah State, and this is how much this zone was using, which you can see is almost twice as much as you should be. And then here, not quite so bad, 1.3, but then 2. So flip to the next slide if you would, Adam. So we, back then, were using 400 million gallons, this is over a year's period, over a season, irrigation season, in excess of what Utah State recommends you use to keep your grass green. So a visual explanation of that, many of you may remember this particular graphic, which is you could fill Lavelle Edwards Stadium to the brim 2 times and then another half. Just to give you an idea, they just kind of looked at it. That kind of puts it in perspective. Over the course of a season, that's an awful lot of water. That is in excess of what we need to keep the grass green. Carolyn?
Now, is that taken into account, like North Union Canal has now been enclosed and we're not having as much evaporation?
This is simply, well, that's a good question. Was this looking at that, we're not losing that much. We wouldn't have been losing that much, or still aren't. I'm not sure if that's changed much as far as what we'd be losing through evaporation, because we've enclosed part of it. But yeah, it's a good question. Is there some of this that maybe isn't all overwatering? I actually don't know exactly how they analyze these numbers, if they took that out or not. So they're saying excess usage. So if we can skip that one.
So I'll go back to that slide there, if you would. The kind of the little river runs through it, the stream. Okay, so back in 2016, we had high water usage, still do. Aging infrastructure, it's gotten older. And you notice the water stops. It's an unreliable system. So can we engineer our way out of this? Yes. Mark kind of made the analogy. We designed the car to go 100 miles an hour. But the car's now 25 or 30 years old and may not have had the tires and the oil changed on, and even if it did, it's still 30 years older. So it's just, things get older. So, go to the next slide. So there's really two ways to fix this, which is to increase capacity and reliability or reduce water use. So, or which is what they recommend, right? We recommend both. So if you go to the next slide. How can you increase it? Well, we have been doing this. We've been piping high-risk areas of the North Union Canal. We just got new pumps, only they have the wrong impellers. So we kind of did that, but didn't work. Go to the next one.
And the pump maintenance is something that they're doing every winter. They're looking at these things and tearing them apart and rebuilding them. And so I don't want it to be the perception that we haven't done that for 30 years, because they are actively trying to maintain those. We just unfortunately had bad luck, it seems like.
So this, as far as reducing water use, I will say, we recently had one of the public works, in fact, it was our water superintendent, recently moved into Spanish Fork. And he called up the city and said, okay, so on my PI system, what days can I water? And they said, you can water whenever you want. Your system's metered, and you're just gonna pay for whatever water you use. And I will say, they are not on a schedule, and from my understanding, are not having water use problems. So because it's metered, I can't say that's the entire reason, maybe, but it certainly seems like the systems that are metered are not running into this issue as much because people are paying for their water. So without a metered system, this essentially, as you can see, is basically what Cedar Hills, Pleasant Grove, Salem, American Fork, et cetera, are doing. Except this has now changed a little bit with PG. Even house numbers are Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, not Saturday. So the people aren't having to wait like Adam does to mow his lawn after he gets the water in the morning in Payson and then has to wait until it dries out in the afternoon. Instead, they pushed it back till Sunday. But having it even odd and having one day when no one waters gives the opportunity for the reservoirs to refill.
You know, you made a point about potentially that metering has an influence. On our west side of the city, we've metered our secondary, is that correct?
Only in the Anderson farms.
Yeah.
But that would be a nice case study to see as that goes forward, the impact that has, which might incentivize us more to get the rest of our city metered, so.
I will say that we are looking at some, and I think it's on the next slide, there's some grant opportunities right now that we are chasing. So we've been working with Central Utah. They have some water conservation grants and things, and the state right now has some, you do have to put some matching funds toward it, but it's for systems with less than 5,000 connections. And in the area that they're talking about, it's Lindon and 2 other communities, and I don't know who they are. So that's a great opportunity there, should we choose to do that. And we're also currently pursuing a grant for smart controllers, which essentially, when they recognize that it's raining or something, they'll shut the water off to help conserve water. And that, once again, is through Central Utah Water Conservancy District. They're interested in conserving water. So we are looking at the 50-plus city-owned facilities as well as the larger users. Randy?
So can you put a meter just on one house, or are you looking to put them on a whole block?
We are required right now, any new connection as of April 1st.
But no, to retrofit anybody, if I were to say, I just want it, but my neighbors don't, can you put a meter for secondary on my house?
We could install it now, and then the question would be, so this is what, I think it was at Weber. They put meters on, and then they didn't they haven't, I don't know if they still started billing, but they have an app where people can see how much water they're using.
Right.
And then they can say, once we start billing, this is how much your bill will be. And they've noticed a lot of water conservation, even though they're not actually billing the people for the water. People are just like, whoa, it's going to cost me that much. And just knowledge. Knowledge is
Well,
power,
and
right?
that's where I was going, is that if you're accountable, I'm just hypothesize here with me, that if I were to put one on and I could show that I'm being responsible, and I could say to my neighbors, I'm being responsible, I can, then, because I've put that on, I've now earned the right, or the privilege, I should say, to water whenever I want to water. But what I need to water, you know, it comes with the education of now I've been proactive, maybe I've gone through a little video that says, to get that meter, I've said I know how to, I've gone through the water conservation videos or something. I've now learned how to water more properly. So then I could say to my neighbors, well, I get to water any day of the week I want to, but I only water what I need to. It's not like all the water I want.
And I guess the question would be, if you weren't paying for it, you maybe,
Right.
but I don't know if most people would then say, if they were just finding out how much water they were using, they're like, I'm using a lot of water. I don't know if they would conserve. I'm hoping
Right.
that
I'm
most
just
people
saying
would,
that
right?
perhaps that would be a mindset to say, I'm going to be proactive. I'm going to show my stewardship that I can be a wise water user. I'm going to put that on. I'm going to show myself, and hopefully I'm not losing the lack of trust from my neighbors and the pathway that I've taken to do that. I'm just wondering if
Yeah,
that
and what
is
you're
a
really
possibility of
and what you're really
enticing.
talking about is you're becoming more educated and you're educating. So it's an educational thing.
Right. I mean, it's just something that I've been thinking about a little bit.
Go to the next slide. So, as far as what? Yeah, no, I think we're good. Anyway, so there are some education things as well, kind of like what Randy was saying. We're hoping to put some education thing on the back of the door hangers. Right now, we do have a water conservation ordinance where trying to think what the first fine is, or not a fine. It's no fines at all. It's a warning, and then it is essentially a misdemeanor, and then
Third is you shut the water.
shutting the water off. Pleasant Grove, just so you know, we called them up. Good. So the first offense is just a warning. They said they actually have really good compliance with this. Most of the time, it's the people are just not aware that their sprinkler system is just going on every day. They're like, hey, by the way, and they give them about a week or two to kind of resolve that. Second offense is they actually do disconnect them. They put a zip tie or whatever, or padlock off their secondary water, and then it costs $50 to reconnect. And then the third offense is the same thing, but now it's $200. And they just add these to their water bill. But if they do shut it off and the person goes in there and essentially reconnects themselves, then they fine them $500. So you don't want to do that. And they said, actually, it's not typically ever got, really past the $50 thing. People want the water, and they've tried to be responsible.
So under our current ordinance, we don't have a fine system set up like this. It actually goes from a warning straight to a misdemeanor.
Class B misdemeanor.
And
like
as of
that.
yet, I don't know that we've ever imposed that I'm aware of. We have put out a lot of door hangers over the years, and it sounds like it's somewhat effective, but we are not asking to change that right now. And so we are interested in something like this where we could just apply a fee to a utility bill, but that's a discussion for later.
So if we do implement this today, we could come back next council or within a couple of councils and implement something like Pleasant Grove has? Would that be something that?
We could. So we have a door hanger that right now says it's a warning. Here's the requirements. Here's what the ordinance says.
I know, if we do it now, but then try to do something a little softer than going straight to a misdemeanor for a second.
That's what our thought was.
So is there any timing issue as far as implementing it's the fee schedule thing, right? That would be a fee instead of an ordinance?
Right, it would be an administrative fee. We allow administrative fees for nuisances and zoning violations, but but we just don't have it in our ward.
Is that something that is a legislative action then?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. So we'll need to do that in the coming
But
weeks.
a Class B misdemeanor on this case, if somebody were to get a citation, they would come in, they would have to talk to the judge about why they didn't pay attention to the first warning, and then the judge would do what's called a plea in abeyance, where there would,
Right.
nothing would go on their record. They would have to pay the $50 is what the judge would impose for this type of offense. But it is the hassle of having to come in and talk to the judge as compared to calling up Public Works and having them disconnect, which might be a benefit. That might get a really good response if you have to actually take some time to come in and talk to the judge. But anyway,
I'm pretty
that's where it is
uncomfortable
right
with
now.
that, just for the record. I think that's very
For s-
heavy-handed, and I'm
for that-
extremely uncomfortable with that.
Further on down the line, perhaps, for a fourth or fifth offense.
So like I said, I'm not aware that that's ever happened.
It's never
To my
happened.
knowledge, it's never happened since you've been here.
No.
Ryan's worked here for 20 years, so.
We've had, but enforcement has been an issue with other issues in the city. We don't have a code enforcement officer. I mean, what resources are we gonna have to really?
This is our water guys driving around or other
Okay.
staff, and if they see something, they go put a hanger on. They have a stack of these things sitting in their truck. On days that they are stressed with other higher priority things like a break or some other issue, we're not getting to it. So it's a great comment, and maybe we can help.
Yeah, each city council member can have 100 tags and you can,
Pleasant Grove, they actually have a guy named, his name is Billy Joe, not Billy Joel, the piano man, but Billy Joe, who is the water master for Pleasant Grove Irrigation, who has been hired by Pleasant Grove during the irrigation season. He has a vested interest, obviously, in making sure there's water. And they said he knows pretty much everybody in the community, and he goes around and has a good rapport with them, but he's the guy that they've hired to, and he randomly drives around in the middle of the night as well, middle of the day. And he also, if you go back at that door hanger, it's not only if you're on the wrong day that you're watering, which is pretty easy to tell based on your address, but it's also, if you'll notice, there's a water wasting, which is part of our ordinance as well. So if somebody's just, even if it's their day, but they're watering, the sidewalk and halfway down the road, then he can also go to them and say, hey, and they try to be pretty light-handed and try to make it more of an education thing and say, you do understand we're in a drought and we can see the water. Is there a reason? One thing that was nice that they also said was, which we actually got a question about this today, if someone's put in a new lawn, you're supposed to water that like all the time, right? If it's seeded or whatever. And they do have, you can apply for essentially kind of a 2-week, yes, you can water every day. Or if he catches someone doing that, notices it's a new lawn, he'll say, hey, can you call Public Works and then get on the books that you've got a new lawn coming in. So it's not a matter of like, we obviously want to make sure people's lawns come in, but at the same time, we don't want to have them wasting water.
Well, our proposed ordinance has a exception for that, right there, or new grass or new sod within 4 weeks of placement. I'm worried about how aggressive we're being here. This is new to our residents. I've heard various complaints already. They are not gonna be happy about this. So for us to go out and be the police on it super hard, I don't know, especially when I hear that had we not had these mechanical failures, we'd probably be okay. We maybe wouldn't be putting these restrictions. Maybe we would, maybe we wouldn't.
Maybe later this summer if the water coming down the canal. is
Correct.
shorter,
But part of the problem is we had this issue with the retrofits on those 2 pumps, and then we had this Rocky Mountain Power, and had we not had those, we probably wouldn't be here doing this. So it's hard. I think we just need to be light-handed. I think even just putting this ordinance in place without any policing of it, I think we're gonna see some results. I mean, I think people, after you talk to them, they have an original frustration, but they understand it, and I think that we'll see results. I'm not comfortable with some heavy-handed policing of this at this point. I understand the reason for it, and I think we're gonna see a lot of progress.
Just so you're clear, we are not proposing anything different than what's done already. And so our
Right.
handout, unfortunately, I didn't have a photo of it. Our door hanger isn't changing in any way than what we've done in the last 10 years.
Would you be okay with the
But
door
it sounds like
hanger
we're taking a different approach of, hey, we're gonna increase.
The days are gonna be the thing that we would enforce. So right now, when we're putting a door hanger, it's because somebody's watering between 10 and 6.
Right.
They should.
So it's
And
outside the watering
Or
hours,
they
so
have a lot of water going in the,
could be if
curb
they're
gutter,
wasting water,
yeah.
so.
but are we going to be increasing enforcement with this?
I would expect there's some education, not enforcement.
I
So we
just
will be
sent you
trying to
all an
educate
email
people.
from Juan.
Yes.
There will be more door hangers put on as people.
Because more people will be breaking the
Yeah,
rules.
they won't know about it. But citations, I really, like I said, in 20 years that I've been here, I've never seen it get to the point where somebody just refuses to, to listen to Juan or to the public works people. I've never seen it, and I don't anticipate that it
Could
will.
our door, could our door hanger reflect a way for them to be able to see something on our website that says, this is an opportunity to be educated, that instead of that you're in violation, not just a warning, but this is your opportunity, we're educating you, this is an education hanger.
Included on the resolution, the reference to the slowtheflow.org.
Right.
There's all kinds of information there, and we would like to add that to the door hangers
Okay.
as we do a reprint.
And for me, I would want the education to be the paramount thing. The legalese really low and really small. So it's a very friendly reminder for me is important. I will say that there's, I don't know, rumors going around. I've heard people say that the city's looking for us to, looking for citizens to route everybody else out. I'm like, I get that my husband somebody will say something, and
Well, the state is, the governor came out.
no, I know, but they're saying it's the city, and I said, no, check your reference, but this, no, I know. And I said, I checked our websites and the information you put out, and I said, we are referring to a KSL broadcast of what they had to say about the governor, that it's not Lindon City, and that yellow was the new green. It was not Lindon saying that, it was the governor saying that. We would like everything to be as green as possible, given the most prudent use of our water, but there's ways to do that by watering deep, and of course, we don't want
I
all.
have a question that goes,
We have
yeah.
changed our park watering to 2 days a week.
I'm just wanting the citizens to understand that we are not being heavy-handed. We really want them to be educated. We are not asking for them to rat out anybody.
We can push that message.
Well, I'm just saying it here.
Goes back to that same circular conversation we've had with people saying they aren't getting the message, they're not hearing it. How many of you read June newsletter article and know what it was about?
You
Yeah.
wrote it, and it was on water conservation.
It was.
But I don't know that people read the newsletter.
They
Very
don't, Carolyn.
few.
Very few people do.
And so that's
Thus
just.
the door hanger.
So I,
We work hard, but it doesn't.
Juan sent me, so before I wrote that, I asked him, he and Heath, what their departments were doing, and Juan sent a really great contingency plan, and he said level 1 is kind of where we've been, which is, you say no watering between 10 to 6, promote voluntary public conservation measures, and then you just issue information, so education approach, right? And of course, we always want to err on, we want to rely on people's, that they want to be good stewards. And then he said level 2, however, which we're kind of entering now, is where you have 75% of normal supply. So we are in the worst drought and well over 100 years now. And he said, this is where you take it to the next step, educate the public on the water supply decreases, initiate mandatory public conservation measures, and enforce the outside watering restrictions. I don't think we've ever enforced it, so I could think of a lot of places where the 10 to 6, you can scout out still happening, maybe they haven't had a door hanger reminder, hey, maybe they were at work and they don't realize their timers are doing it or whatever. So, and then he spells out a level 3 when you're to 50% of normal supply. And so in his opinion, he just said a lot of citizens lack understanding and are failing to implement landscape water requirements. What is efficient water use habits? They don't know how much water is really required. And I know each year, when we turn on the water, we say, okay, this is really how much your lawn really needs. But it's hard for habits to change. So how do we help people understand and go to the effort to change maybe certain habits? That's the question.
Question for you, in the cities that you've listed that have implemented this, what has been the measurable reduction in water use?
You had asked that question a year or so ago. We had this conversation, and of the cities that I'm able to find, there is no measurable data that they can point to. And in a large part because they've done it for years. I've lived in Payson for 16 years, and it's been a 3-day-a-week watering schedule the entire time I've lived there. So I don't know that there's, when I asked several cities for that information, do you have a before and after? Most of the responses that I received is, wow, it's changed since we implemented this so much that we don't have any reliable data. So I Googled it, I remember Googling it on the internet and trying to find information, so I don't have any good data.
So for me, I don't exceed the amount of days, but I would have to go in and make sure I was watering on the appropriate days. So my water use would not be reduced at all. But I would have to, so to do something that we don't know if it works or not,
Well, here's the other.
the idea of a day completely off
Right.
is, that makes sense where nobody's doing it, so where it gets a chance to do it.
I
But
will,
I'm surprised that there's no data.
I will say, Van, I talked to Hanson Allen Lewis, which is kind of the preeminent water engineering firm in the state, maybe Intermountain West. And I said, we're looking at doing something like this. And he said, you guys don't do every even odd already? He's kind of like, he was shocked. Kind of like everybody's done that for years. So it's kind of not to say that we're better than other communities, because we haven't done that or that we're worse. But he was actually quite surprised that we had not already implemented this prior to now. So,
Haven't needed to, right? Till we've had these errors with these machines.
to your question, as far as the storage thing, if we didn't have the issue with the pumps, would we be in the same straits we are right now? No, but we will still have the issue with. Look at Deer Creek. We just will not have the water at the end of the season, regardless.
You can't deny that we're in a drought, but also maybe beyond this, when we get past this conversation, what things can we put in place to mitigate 2 pumps going out and then the power bump on, Rocky Mountain Power so that we don't find ourselves in these situations?
Great question that I'll rely on our engineers to help figure out.
Here's one other caveat. I've spoken with someone who is involved in this in another city that does the every other day. And sometimes the reaction is you just water twice as much on your day, twice the length. So how do we, if we ever did decide to do an even odd, we would need to do that with the education of here's the appropriate amounts that your yard really needs so people aren't just doubling up on their day.
It could take several years to get to where we feel like we have decent compliance. I don't want the perception that this is gonna be in a week, everybody's doing this. This is gonna take a lot of education. And so, in the end, I'm hopeful that it will be helpful. That it may not solve it, but I'm hopeful that this will help maintain more water in those reservoirs. That's it. And so maybe this doesn't fix it.
Do we have any
We don't
cameras
have
on
a
this?
pump go down, we're toast.
Do we have any live cameras on any of those?
I understand.
I drive up
But
there
does
every
this
day,
measure
checking it out.
solve
I think
anything?
it'd be nice to show the,
It helps
on
more
the-
water stay in the tank with the
show the
theory
residents.
that
And I saw
some
it
people are not
last
gonna be
week
watering
and
on the same day.
literally, there
So
was
instead of everybody is watering Monday, Wednesday,
the
Friday,
president saw
that's
that?
convenient and makes sense.
Everybody would be
Maybe
okay
some
with
people are
turning
watering
everything
on
off.
Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday instead, and therefore on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're not draining that tank down.
Certainly, but I'll bet we do that somewhere.
We don't know.
I've got a concert next week in my house.
We don't
Nothing's gonna
know
get yelled
anything
before
happens
then.
when we implement it. is what
The
you're
point
saying.
is, if I'm gonna ask people to
But it's an experiment at that point, right?
preserve,
I would hope that the citizens of Lindon, with some education, if you went even odd, would be responsible enough. You'd have to have your head buried in the sand right now, literally, to not know that we're in a drought.
Then that's not the
Right?
point.
No, I'm just saying, I'm hoping that, that they are responsible and not saying, well, I'm gonna get mine. you know, I'm gonna get mine on the days that I get it. But I'm hoping that's not the case.
So here's some observations that I have seen. I'm trying to be highly sensitive to it. I'm watering at most once a week, and my lawns are turning yellow, and I'm okay with that. My wife's not, but I'm okay with that. And I'm noticing neighbors, I believe I have neighbors that are watering every day within the hours they should. And their times may be a lot shorter, which probably works. And then I see some residents that are actually bringing hoses out and watering with culinary water to kind of try to get those yellow spots out of their lawn. So, you know, if secondary, culinary, I mean, people are gonna do what they're gonna do unless they have a higher level of understanding of what the situation really is. So what is the best way to do it? Is it to be proactive in a perceived overbearing way, or is it more of a courtesy notice? We're just saying, I'm sure you're aware of this, do what you think you can do, we'd appreciate it. I mean, I feel more comfortable with that approach, because I think if an emergency is gonna come, it's gonna be so apparent that as a city, we don't have to say anything. It's the water's gone. And then all of a sudden people respond and say, well, why didn't you do something more forcefully, you know? I don't know, I think we need to be very careful how we approach this, that we're not overbearing, and yet we're, once again, educational. I think each of us in our neighborhoods, I mean, we can walk our neighborhood personally and just talk to people. I've been talking to people and asking them to, you know, conserve to their level of comfort. And I think people are doing it to a certain degree.
Well, and it's also more than just our outside watering. I mean, it's a whole mind.
How many times do you flush the toilet? I mean, honestly, there are ways that we really can
Wash your dishes.
do
or
things that
more,
are more conscientious about our water situation.
Yeah, it's an overall mindset.
Maybe we list just,
Those are all on that silverflow.org.
yeah, and maybe we proactively push that through whatever communication systems that we have, just to say, these are ways that you can help be a part of the solution in this drought situation. That way, you're educating, they have the choice, they make that choice, and I think we'll move the needle, personally.
So speaking anecdotally, I have a family member that lives in Pleasant Grove, was watering, he believed, on his correct day, and Billy Joe came over and paid him a visit and said, actually, your sprinklers continued past midnight and went to like 2 a.m. the next day. Unbeknownst to him. Honestly, he didn't know because of whatever, and so he adjusted his clock, right? He was trying to be in compliance, thought he was, and Billy Joe didn't land on him and say it's going to be a $50 fine. It was just kind of, hey, by the way, here's your door hanger, just so you know, you're watering past the day you should, and whether that was more water than he would have used, I don't know. But it was an education thing. He's like, oh, he wanted to be in compliance, right?
And by the way, PG charges a lot more.
I mean, that's a waste of Billy Joe's time.
Well, we're not saying that Lindon is doing that. We don't have the personnel to do that.
And PG charges a lot more for secondary water than Lindon.
If you don't want to impose this, that's okay, but we feel, staff, engineer, public works, feel
No.
that this is an option to strongly consider that may help preserve more water each night in the system. Before I called you guys on Thursday, Wednesday afternoon, our water superintendent called me and said, we have 1 foot left in Zone 2 reservoir, and I don't think we're gonna have any water tomorrow.
So, can I
So
ask?
at some point, and I said, well, what does that mean? Does that mean people don't have any water? Is it just turn off? And he said, no, their pressures will drop because there's no gravity pushing it into the system. It's that 1 or 2 pumps that are pushing it through the pipes, so everybody's pressure, their sprinklers won't work.
Yeah.
And so it's not that you're completely out of water, but you won't have enough pressure to clean everything. And so, but again, I'm trying to come up with stopgap measures to hopefully get us through this season.
Can I ask council a question? Is, what if we did this just on a temporary basis, just as a semi-emergency based on our pump situation? We are in a place where we have to address what's in front of us. Like Adam said, the water's down so low. Mayor was just saying about how scary it was to see that down to nothing. If we were to implement this, it would be on a something with a timeline, an expiration date on it that we would review. I am worried about it, but I echo just about everything Jake is saying here. I just don't want it to be heavy-handed. I want us to be able to make decisions and count on those to make decisions. I want to be able to be proactive myself, but doesn't mean it's always going to be perfect. But I don't want to have people think that we're looking at each other like, oh, look, they did that or they didn't do that. I want us to be educational, not judgmental.
So what are we recommending
Am I
from
reading this
staff?
right, Adam? This is at least the way it's drafted right now. That number 3 is to be effective through this year, through the end of this season. Is that what
water
how I
season.
read that? For me, that seems reasonable. If we have somehow the floodgates open, I'm sure you could rescind this. Like literally, if the rains from heaven came down and we had more water than we needed, it's not looking that way. And they are predicting that next year is going to be similar. So it would seem to me a prudent thing, and this is coming from a guy named Noah, right? So it would seem prudent, since we're probably not anticipating the flood, that we adopt it. You could adopt it for this year and at least get some data and see, did it help? Did it not help? And then you'll know for next year if things are just as bad or worse. Well, you know what? We need to do something more or less, or you know what? It didn't do any good. Throw it out. But at least we'd have some, and with the governor, part of me says we probably ought to be doing something to go with what the governor's asking, which is, can you please conserve water? And this would be showing that we're trying. Just my 2 cents.
No, I'm just gonna say, council.
As you say, all over the education part of it, all over saving water. Just want to know if what this is, this burdensome request, if it's effective to do anything that we hoped it would do.
Hope it would do, yeah.
If
So,
it did, I'm all over it.
I don't know anybody that says it's not effective. Let me phrase it that way. I haven't ever had somebody from another city say, I wish we never would have implemented the 3-day schedule. I just haven't heard that from any city that I've talked to. And that they wanted to revert back because it was ineffective. And so I would hope that it makes a difference, and that's what we're throwing forward.
so the reality of it is, people are gonna have to reprogram their automatic systems, which, you know, I mean, mine, I just shut it off because I don't have to reprogram it. I just hit the on button that one day a week and let it water. But that may be a challenge for some people, because whoever set up their system could be the landscaper, you know, and so you have families that, you know, are we prepared, or I asked the question knowing that we're probably not, that we could go in and help reset these, because that would be a monumental task to do that. Yeah, but someone's gonna have to do it.
Since you did the Everbridge about 2 weeks ago, did that have a good response?
It did, and so with the culinary well and then the secondary up on the east side, we saw a noticeable difference within 24 hours. And so we felt like people had responded to that.
And has it sustained?
It did not once those restrictions lifted. So we had a time limit, like on the secondary, where we said on Saturday, this only extends through Saturday.
Yeah.
And it was within those few, that was Saturday until Wednesday when he said, I don't know if we're gonna have any water tomorrow.
Once it was lifted, is that when it drained everyone who had restricted it, then they just turned everything right back on and it just?
That's what we're assuming.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Well, I checked the pond, or whatever you want to call it, up there on 140 North, and it was up. It was good where, I mean, it was like, it made me feel better, because when I looked at it last week, it was, I had to look to find any water in it. I mean, it was that bad, so.
And that was the week that we had 104 though. I mean,
Yeah.
it was really hot and people were getting water and keep stuff clean no matter what is what was probably happening. So your decision.
Okay, council, what do you want to do?
I love Randy's idea, to be honest with you. I love that it's 1 year here. I don't hate the idea of, hey, we had some mechanical issues. We have aging infrastructure. We put a 45-day time period on this. That gets us through July, and we're gonna reassess it. And likely, in the end of July, we say, guess what? It's still a drought, and we need to continue this. But it shows our residents that we're not just this heavy-handed, here, this is now here, and it's here forever, get used to it. But no, hey, this hurts, we really understand, we're gonna watch it closely, and if there is a chance that we don't have to have this, we will try to make it so we don't have to have this. Lindon, with its half acres, with its little bit of country, water's a pretty important thing. I agree with Van too. Especially if next year it's something we're gonna look to do again, I hope we have some statistical information to show this does work, because this is one that's gonna hurt, and to not have any statistical data really is kind of against my nature of gathering, Van always says, gather good information to make good decisions. You know.
If nobody's been gathering data, then let us be the one that starts gathering data. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And
Yep,
that
I
may
like
be the case, because certainly we will get less water as the year goes on, no doubt, no doubt.
So you could do a follow-up Everbridge perhaps, just doing a link to get information and just say, please consider, look at your timers, reduce your watering as much as you possibly can. I don't know, there could be at Facebook, we could do we need to do multiple pronged outreach. Yeah, just figure out a message that
One other
educates.
Have a clock that says water every 3 days or 4 days. So if you're doing that, you're essentially going to 2.5 times a week is all that you're watering, average, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. But you'll end up on a wrong day periodically.
So I'm on
When you're
the-
actually doing
yeah.
all of the measures we would hope, but you're not fitting into that category.
There's a Slow the Flow toolkit that I just opened that was shared, and they have a whole bunch of messaging, flyers, and fact sheets. You can get lawn banners, yard signs, things that we could put up. I know Heath has talked about making signage for our city parks, that say, hey, brown is the new green, Lindon City is choosing water conservation, we're not letting the parks die, we're keeping everything alive, but we're conserving. We could just show by example. There's on some of these flyers that I opened on the Slow the Flow, they have a whole Google Drive with about 20 different things, and one is like educating people, okay, here's the areas that maybe need a little more frequent watering. You first prioritize your shrubs and your trees, and grass is kind of the last. And so there's a whole bunch of marketing tools on here that I think we could take advantage of potentially, and just figure out what our messaging is going to be.
We could look for something with those types of things with some suggestions, and we're looking for voluntary compliance, so that there doesn't have to be mandatory restrictions.
Yeah, it's an invite to the citizens to help educate themselves, to be aware of good water practices, both inside the house and outside. I mean, I think generally speaking, just some kind, thoughtful, insightful information. And Adam, or Noah, do you want to draft something that we could pass in front of the council that would be of that flavor or that nature, understanding that we don't want to be heavy-handed?
So our next meeting isn't until the second meeting in July, so that was part of the rush to get this in front of you tonight. So we can have a special meeting that we advertise for to adopt that, or we can tweak this, and instead of saying a restriction, we can say the council is encouraging this schedule or something else.
I think are we okay with that?
Can we not just do some editing on this one tonight? Or is
Well,
it
I
just
think
too
you could probably, I mean, we could do some editing, make some recommendations.
Off of this one tonight, just to put it forward for 45 days or something?
We're encouraging citizens to water their yards 3 times or less.
Yes.
On these dates or just 3
No.
times?
3 times or less.
The year. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, we'd like, I mean,
Is that,
there's,
is the majority, before I start typing, is that the direction the majority of you want to go?
I think it'd be much simpler just to have the ones that end in an odd number, do it on certain days, and those that end in even numbers, do it on a certain day. It's just my feelings. I think the way you've written it is.
They could probably figure that out.
How do you feel recommendation versus legislated? Recommendation versus restrictions?
Well, I think we need to restrict it. I mean, less government is better government, but I think it's, if we don't do it now, by default, when there's no water, then we missed the train.
So here's some great, I mean, I'm just opening some of these documents. Drought 21 messaging. 100% of the state is in drought, with 90% categorized by the U.S. Drought Monitor as extreme drought. We are preparing for exceptionally poor to potentially worst on records water supply conditions this summer. And then it has more. I mean, there's just a lot of messaging in here that's.
I really
Kick
like
it
what's
off.
being said here, and I appreciate the conversations here, but one of my, if we were getting into the details, about whether it's a Saturday or Sunday watering. I know people who will not water on Sunday because it would require them to do some moving of pipes or other things. To them, it would be breaking the Sabbath for them. So watering on Sunday would be something that would not be good, but having to water and mow your lawn like Noah was referring to with Adam, and that's a difficult thing to do on Saturday. So even though I like this, I do like what Van is saying, and that is 3 times a week, monitor it. But to that, I also understand that what Adam's trying to do is make sure we have chance for things to fill, and it's 50%. So, it's a little bit of a conundrum for me, but I was willing to get into a deep discussion on the Saturday versus Sunday for that particular address, but Van's comment kind of solves that for me.
And then monitor it to see how it goes, because we certainly don't want to get to where Mike is on that, where we're out of water. And if we don't see an improvement with what we do, we could step into it kind of more gradual.
And we have an emergency meeting to do that, or Mayor can bump that up? How does that work?
Why don't we,
I'm gonna type it right now, if you just tell me what to say.
Here we go. I'm
Are
gonna
we
email
gonna
it.
be able to get the data that Van wants if we don't have structured watering? No, what do you think?
we will get some information because we are,
don't have great water measurement, quite frankly, right now, to be able to measure that, so I'm not gonna.
well, we'll know how often we have to
Adam, I
fill up
just
the
sent
We'll
ponds.
know how far,
the
we'll know how
messaging
well the reservoirs
from the
are
slow
doing.
The
flow,
reservoirs too.
That's the best
that one
Yeah.
indication we're gonna have.
piece there. I don't know if there's some.
If you're completely uncomfortable with any resolution whatsoever, then we'll just slow the flow stuff like crazy. And we'll go from there. And then if we need to, I might need to call you into an emergency meeting.
Yeah, and-
24-hour notice. But I would hope, please consider this strongly. Every part of me feels like this would work to reduce water consumption in our secondary system.
Can we make some sort of a declaration? I know Pat can't do it from here, but can the mayor make some sort of declaration begging the citizens to understand that we've
yes.
gone through, we have done some, lot of soul searching up here to try to not mandate this
Yeah.
to our citizens?
Yes, he can impose in the water ordinance right now, I recall we read it, Brian, that the mayor can impose an emergency water restriction in
What I'm saying
time
is
of
that, but
need.
he can make a declaration to the citizens, pleading with them for just wise water use.
That's what you could pass tonight if we rewrite this.
Yeah, do it, just adhering to the hours to water, and then restrict it or limit it to 3 times a week at most.
And
Is that enough?
I would say reduction. Do what you can to reduce your water use.
Carol, isn't that what your newsletter article kind of
Yes.
already, and I don't know how
I
much.
touched on some things. I mean, there's not a lot of space to do a lot, but I mean, this Slow the Flow Google Drive has like 50 different things. Social media, messaging, tons of flyers, tons of graphics, the whole messaging that, I mean, it's put out by,
Me personally, I'm
Yeah.
watering like 2 times a week, and my lawn is dry, and my wife looks at me and goes, "You gonna water some more?" And I'm like, "We're in a drought, and I can't have good conscience. We're just gonna have a brown lawn this year, and maybe next year, and it'll hopefully rebound." But I can't very well write a water conservation plan for the city I work for, and then just say, "That's good for Lindon, but I'm gonna go ahead and water as much as I want." So it's an internal battle, kind of.
Well, I'm once a week, so, and it's okay.
and it's not just exterior. I mean, we talked with our kids, okay, you can't be doing 20-minute showers anymore, you know, just.
Yeah, I learned how to shower in Italy, had 6 liters of water, and I still adhere to that. I just, quick.
I think the variable in all this is these pumps that we're out, you know what I mean? We're not operating at full capacity, which makes it hard, because I don't want to end up in a position where and we think by the end of July, we have these pumps. I don't know.
I would bet the pumps are back, but we have less water.
Yeah, we're gonna have less water, there's no question.
Good point.
And,
But I was
and whatever we use this year will be less of storage that we have for next year. Because that's really, I mean, historically, we've had stored capacity that we've been able to pull on as city. And now that level in Deer Creek and stuff, it's going down, so that storage is, we can't draw on it. It's-
Reducing.
Yeah, it's being
But I was very
reduced.
encouraged when you said how well the citizens responded to the earlier request, that made a difference.
Yeah, it did, and so that's where I'm hopeful that something that we implement there would be people that comply. I don't think we'll get 100%, but.
I had residents call me after I polled a few small residents next to me saying, look, the governor's saying this, the city, we're having some challenges. You need to really kind of reduce what you can do. And so I had residents call me on other residents saying, they're watering, it's midday, and I called them, you know, and not in a offensive way, just saying, you know, we need to try to reduce this if we can, and they complied. They were very, you know, considerate. I mean,
Okay, so here's the thought. So we do a
the
reverse.
mayor will call everyone.
Yeah, no, we have a reverse 911, I mean, a reverse, we have a Everbridge just to that particular location with a sweet message with the mayor's voice saying exactly what he's just saying here. Please, we'd like to educate this household.
The other way is not having a Gestapo state, right, and having a wall of shame. You could do a wall of fame and basically highlight those who are doing a great job. And you put everybody who has a brown lawn,
You know,
on the website. Hey, look at this person here.
free pool passes.
It's taking
We
this to
are
heart.
awarding prizes for brown lawns, huh?
I mean, it's the opposite, and I think the state has a wall of fame and wall of shame, although there's 1,400 people on the wall of shame and 30 on the wall of fame. But we could just not have the wall of shame.
Call in when you've made the adjustment and you get a free swim
Yeah.
pass or something.
Let's make it simple, easy to understand, and
So-
of an inviting nature.
So I tweaked this. This is a resolution establishing outdoor watering recommendations within Lindon City and establishing effective dates. We know about extreme drought. We have information from water providers that shortages are likely in this season. Our secondary and culinary systems have experienced mechanical problems. It's limiting our ability to deliver. We've got the desire to protect and preserve culinary and secondary systems, not overburden to the point of failure. Whereas implementing a watering schedule to 3 days per week is anticipated to reduce culinary and secondary peak demand water usage and increase pressures to service connections. Whereas we're referring to people to slowtheflow.org for other water usage guidelines. Whereas the Lindon City Council desires to impose a watering schedule based on, I gotta take that out.
Yeah.
So,
Recommend, well, you
days a week.
Or less.
Or less. Yeah, I think that's wise.
In order to preserve and sustain the operability of the systems, the recommendation is hereby established strongly encouraging reductions to outdoor watering through the Lindon culinary and secondary system with the following. So no more than 3 days, or?
You wanna change it up in there,
Oh,
2, 3
whoops.
days a week or
Watering
less.
schedule 2, 3 days per week or less. So water no more, recommendation, water no more than 3 days per week. No watering shall occur between the hours of 10 and 6. We're already asking that.
Yeah.
And watering restrictions apply to all properties, residential and non-residential, both culinary and secondary. We're already doing that. And does not apply to vegetable gardens, grass, and sod for up to 4 weeks. And then these are all already in the code, not to wastewater. Let's see, these watering recommendations are encouraged through the end of the 2021 water season. It can be lifted, extended upon the approval of the council. We'll distribute it widely, that's it.
And would it be wise to say we understand this will be an imposition on our residents? But we kindly ask that you would try to put in place,
We can do
Be
that in the
supportive of-
messaging that we send out.
Yeah. because it's an imposition. You know, but it's a reality. It's, you know, we're trying to look at what reality is and trying to get people to self-govern in a way that it doesn't become a great imposition for everyone, so,
Certainly, we hope this is a rallying call.
yeah.
It may not be, but we hope.
You know,
it
and,
is.
and the part that you have about the pumps in there, I'm just wondering if people will look at that as, well, yeah,
We've already said that citywide. We had a mechanical failure.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I think that goes to the point that it's another facet of why this is an exacerbated problem.
yeah.
It's not just the rain, it's.
So how we doing, council? You good with it?
I think on the messaging, whatever we do, I know this is the big, citywide official thing, but whatever we push out, it needs to be super concise and graphic, so it's interesting to look at and not too wordy, simple, and
Yeah.
So there's.
people will pay attention to it. They won't read a big, long.
And this is why we're called
Declaration.
city council. I appreciate everybody counseling together on this. This has been a good experience.
There's this one flyer I really like in there, Slow the Flow, that has a lot of good visual things. Gets the message across well.
Take the pledge. Each of us on the council will flush our toilet once a week and.
Stop it.
I'm having fun with you.
I have a 4-minute shower. That's my contribution.
Okay, we good?
Shampoo and conditioner.
Do we need to make a motion on that?
this is if you want to approve this or deny it.
We okay, Jake? Mike? Randy? As long as I stay away from the 4-minute showers or toilet flushing. Carolyn? And then I guess the messaging part after this is really how we can educate people in
We
a
will
thoughtful way.
encourage and educate.
Okay, I'm ready. Someone wants to step forward? Or step back, or step sideways? Ben, you ready?
Well, I've lost the wording.
So you'd be, it's resolution 2021-15-R as amended and before you right now.
I'll make the motion. I make a motion to approve resolution 2021-15-R based on the changes made in the discussion with the council.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Carolyn. Further discussion, I'll be quick. I'll call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. We'll see what we get done. And please, council, you're going to have an opportunity to mingle with the residents and, you know, be a positive conversation, you know, couch it or present it in a way that is sensitive and thoughtful, which I know you will, but understanding that, you know, we are gonna deal with a situation here, and proactively, if we come together, we can make a difference, so, thank you. Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
is there a second? Randy?
Second.
I think
Randy
Randy
got it.
threw it in there. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Jake, get feeling better. My goodness, that was a quick surgery.
You know what?
Thank you, Mike.
Amazing how much relief it brought though, just right off the bat.
10 o'clock, here we are.
Meniscus tear playing softball 3 weeks ago. And, you know,
No, he's
the meniscus had flapped up. And so I couldn't straighten my leg. And so they just went in there and pulled it out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel great.